Say howdy to everybody that's going to be tuning in here. Howdy, spelled H-W-D-Y. So if you're watching right now, you are tuning in to the 138th Global Star Party with the theme of impacts. David, have you seen this visualization that's on the screen right now?
No, I have not.
Shoemaker-Levy 9 fragments hitting Jupiter.
Oh, actually, I might have seen it back then, but not recently.
I don't know when this was created, but it looks pretty detailed. We got Jim Mosley on from Rio Rancho, and Mike Wiesner from Vail, Arizona, and John Ray. I'm not sure where you are.
Actually, Mike Wiesner is from Oracle, Arizona.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Vail.
You're from Vail.
I'm from Vail.
We all wish we were from Vail, actually. Okay. Almost time to start.
This is an image of something called M87. M stands for Messier. And Messier was an astronomer who was very interested in finding comets. But he didn't want to find duds, he didn't want to find false alarms. This is one of them. And you can see why, if you were looking at something like that in a small telescope, you might think it was a comet. And if we keep drilling down into why M87 is such a fascinating galaxy, it is an elliptical galaxy, and it's been known for quite a long time that there was this little thing of brightness that was spewing away from it. And now we know that that's actually a jet of material. When Hubble was launched, we had really good clues that galaxies probably had black holes at their centers. So M87 does indeed have a very massive, supermassive black hole at its core on the 2 to 3 billion times solar mass level, and that's a very massive, supermassive black hole. But it's also active. Why? So why are galaxies active? Not all galaxies are active. Just a few percent are active at any given time. Are they turning on and then turning off? That's an idea, you know, maybe there's some mechanical physics going on at the center of these galaxies where the black hole has an accretion disk and that material is getting spun up so quickly. We know there's very high magnetic fields that you launch a jet. And so this image is observational evidence that what we've been seeing for a while is actually being launched by a jet connected to that supermassive black hole at the center of M87. What we're seeing here is one jet, so we can assume that this material here that's making up the bulk of M87's huge stellar population is obscuring the other jet. In order to get a jet like that, you need a magnetic field to accelerate particles, and you also need a source of charged particles. So that means that you need, near the core of that galaxy, a disk of material, and that disk of material needs to be spewing in towards the black hole. It's got a huge amount of gravity. It's going to suck stuff in. And when it gets close enough, it starts to accelerate those particles to ever increasing rates and then spews them out along magnetic field lines. We've got lots of particles, and they are being accelerated at nearly the speed of light. Actual connection between having a supermassive black hole, an accretion disk, and launching a jet is still one of the mysteries of high-energy astrophysics. How does that get launched? What is the actual physics between the black hole, the disk, and that jet?
Well, hello everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is the 138th Global Star Party. My co-host David Levy is with me, and let me bring David on. There we go. We are sharing the stage.
Hello,
right now.
everybody. Yeah.
And we got something special planned for them today, David. And you asked me not to show you the video that I put together, but I was able to grab some really nice video of Eugene Shoemaker, and I'll let the story play. But you know, you knew Gene. I never got to meet him. I met Carolyn. And in some ways, I feel like I did, you know, sort of know him through all the stories and, you know, the documentary information I've been looking at, and all the rest of it. He just seems like just a super down-to-earth guy, and probably had a great sense of humor. And, you know, tell us more, David.
Well, this is really a time for missing people. I miss Gene and I miss Carolyn, but this week is particularly difficult because this coming Sunday we will be having the unveiling of Wendy's tombstone, and boy, do I really miss her. So for my poetic quotations tonight, I have two. The first one is called "Gone from My Sight." It's credited to Henry Van Dyke, although he did not write it. And then following that, I will be doing, with much voice as I can, a rewrite of one of the verses of Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. So here goes. I am standing upon the seashore. A ship at my side spreads her white sails to the moving breeze and starts for the blue ocean. She is an object of beauty and strength. I stand and watch her until at length she hangs like a speck of white cloud just where the sea and the sky come to mingle with each other. And then someone at my side says, "There, she is gone." Gone where? Gone from my sight. That is all. She is just as large in mast, hull, and spar as she was when she left my side. And she is just as able to bear the load of living freight to her destined port. Her diminished size is in me, not in her. And just at the moment when someone at my side says, "There, she is gone," there are otherwise watching her, coming, and other voices ready to take up the glad shout, "Here she comes." It's time to go outdoors tonight. The sky is dark. Some stars are bright. The Milky Way shines overhead. Now see, a comet rises in the east. With end to strife, it brings us peace and calls us to a cosmic hallelujah. Hallelujah. And now back to you, Scotty.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I
I
want to
guess
talk a
you can give it to
little
me.
bit about the the impression that that I got. You know, I was able to, of course, relive some of the experience of Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. That is something, of course, you're internationally famous for, and will always be down in history books for. But you know, this wasn't just a discovery. This, when I see, and I was trying to describe it to Dave Eicher and some of the people who are on right now, some of the presenters that are on, uh, there is now this arch ranging all the way from, you know, the first thoughts that that meteors have impacted the Earth to Eugene Shoemaker's research, you know, verifying that indeed this has happened. But up until like the late 1950s, it was still, there were still people in the camp that maybe these things are volcanic, you know, and these are not impact craters. During the time that Eugene Shoemaker was studying Barringer Meteor Crater, I'm not sure how many other suspected craters there were, but I would guess there's not very many.
There weren't any at the time.
Any. Okay. So today there's something like 190. Okay. But you know, most of it's been, most of the others, I'm sure that the Earth was cratered like the moon is, you know, and you know, so much of that has been erased by you know, climate and oceans and all the rest of that. But the thing that I was left with was, you know, here we have this warning that that you know, Earth does get hit by comets and asteroids, and that warning, at the time, and we didn't have the technology, we didn't have, or no one had worked out all the details of what we would do if we were, you know, about to be hit by an asteroid or a comet. There was just absolutely nothing. And then came along the DART mission, which was successful. And so to me, all of these people, including yourself, David, you know, you have made a very significant contribution to possibly saving humanity, and that hit me like a ton of bricks today. You know, I know David, we're friends. If you've gone to star parties and you met David, it's easy to make friends with him, and he's very he's humble about this. He doesn't sit around and brag about it. Okay.
Sit around and brag. I can sit around and brag. Brag, brag, brag.
But I think that you were fated. I think you and the Shoemakers were fated to find this comet, and you know, and the DART mission team. I'm just absolute genius to be able to move an asteroid, to deflect it successfully. You know, so I imagine at one point we'll have an armada of spacecraft at the ready in case any you know, dangerous things start flying our way. But I just wanted to say that, and you know, and I'll be the first to say that as someone occupying a place on this planet, and that I really appreciate and thank you for the hard work that you've done, because you've devoted your life to it, and you know, it's not an easy thing. So
Well, could you let me do my little spiel about impacts at this point?
please do.
Okay, thanks, Scotty. Um, Actually, the first time that I saw Shoemaker-Levy 9 was not in March of 1993, but in September of 1960. I was 12 years old, and my uncle had bought me a bar mitzvah present of a small telescope, a skyscope, a 3.5-inch telescope. And on September the 1st, 1960, we set it up and pointed it towards the only thing in the sky that was really bright and worth looking at that night. I had no idea what it was. But when I looked at it, I right away decided I was going to send the telescope back because the telescope was lousy. All I saw was a donut with a hole in the middle of it, an out of focus something. And I thought, well, there's something wrong with this telescope. And then I kind of bumped the eyepiece a little bit with my finger, and the donut got a little bit smaller, and the hole in the middle of it got a wee bit smaller. And then, so then I thought, maybe I need to know that telescopes need to be focused. So what I did was I continued moving the eyepiece down. The hole eventually disappeared completely, and the image focused into a magnificent view of Jupiter. Galileo himself would have felt no greater thrill than I did that night at my first view of Jupiter, his 4 bright Galilean moons, and some of the marks on the planet. There was also Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. It had just gotten itself into an orbit around Jupiter, or may have been in an orbit around some time. And obviously, of course, I didn't see it that night. Nobody saw it that night, and certainly not with a 3-inch telescope, because the comet was way too small, way too faint. In 1993, we were observing, and there was a cloudy night, and we were taking a picture, and really it came out okay, but then there were clouds that came by, and we had to stop. We went outside, and I looked over at the southwest, and I said, "Hey guys, it's clearing up a little bit." And Gene just started to laugh. He said, "That's our David," because I was called David at the time. "That's our David," always with the optimism. But David, I'm going to tell you something. Every time we slap a film into that telescope, it costs $8. And I said, "Well, Gene, that's not too bad, $8 to put a film into the telescope." And Gene wheeled around, looked at me, and said, "That's $8 American, David, not that Canadian funny money you guys play with." Anyway, so but then Carolyn looked up and said, "Gene, it is clearing up a little bit." And Gene looked, and I looked, and Carolyn looked, and Gene said, "Let's do it." And the very next picture we took was the confirmation image of the two that show Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. And a couple of days later, Carolyn is scanning the images, and she's looking at the images, and I was working on a book on comets at the time, of all things, and Gene was reading Time magazine, of all things. Carolyn was the only one of us doing any work. And so suddenly she stopped looking through her stereo microscope, and she looked up and she said, "I don't know what I have, but it looks like a squashed comet." And Gene wanted to look at it, so he got second dibs on looking at it. And Carolyn went over near me, and I said, "You are joking, aren't you, Carolyn?" And she looked at me and she said, "No, I'm not." So I got to see that beautiful, fantastic image of a comet that was broken apart. It looked exactly as she described it, like a squashed comet. And we sent the notice to Brian Marsden about an hour later with the rough position. And we eventually later were able to get a more exact position. And while we were doing that, I called my friend Jim Scotty, who was at the Kitt Peak at the 36-inch telescope at Kitt Peak at the time. And I told him what we had. And he said, well, I don't know. I'm a little bit busy now. But if I get a chance, I'll try to take a look at it. While we were waiting, we went and we did an accurate measurement of the center of the train of that comet. When we got back to the 18-inch, I called Jim Scotty to see if he had done anything yet. He picked up the phone and he goes, "Oh," and I said, "Jim, are you okay?" And he said, "Uh-huh." And I said, "Jim, do we have a comet?" He said, "The sound you just heard is me trying to pick my jaw off the floor. Boy, do you guys ever have a comet." And the message the confirmation message he sent to Brian Marsden was, it expressed that it was the most unusual comet he had ever seen. 2 months later, on May 22nd, 1993, we were back at the telescope. By this time, we're getting beautiful, clear nights, and everything is fine. And Brian had told me that he said, "You better watch your email because I might have a pretty interesting circular coming out in a few days that you're going to be interested in, but I can't tell you right away what it is." So I kind of forgot about it. And then I'm Carolyn scanning, a scan that will result in the discovery of yet another comet that day. And I'm reading my email and the circular comes out. And it announced that the delta J, the distance between the comet and Jupiter, was getting very, very small. And it turned out that at the bottom, the delta J was actually less than Jupiter's radius. And then there was a second circular in which Brian actually said that there was going to be that the comet was actually going to collide with Jupiter, probably beginning on the 16th of July of 1994. So we had quite a bit of time to scan on it. So I interrupted Carolyn and I said, "Carolyn, just got an email, a message from Brian that our comet is going to collide with Jupiter." And Carolyn looked at me and said, "We're going to lose our comet. I don't know that I like that." And all of a sudden, Gene, who's loading film in the darkroom, started yelling at us. He said, "Don't lose it. Don't do anything. Just wait. I got to take a look at this." And so you could hear him banging around as he's protecting film and getting things all protected. And he rushes out and he sits down at my computer, my laptop, and he looks at the email and he says to himself and to us, "I can't believe this. In my lifetime, we are going to see a comet colliding with Jupiter. And we're going to see it in my lifetime. I just can't believe this." He was like a little kid with such excitement. And we had a lot of interesting things going on in the next year as we prepared for the impacts. And as I bring this to the end of my little presentation right now, I just wanted to say that we've learned a lot about impacts since 1994. And most of the people who were active then are either no longer living or are retired by now, because that was 30 years ago. And next year in 2024, I will be giving a number of lectures talking a lot more about impacts and about the meaning of it and about the goal. But the main thing I want to say about impacts is that when a comet collides with a planetary body, it breaks apart and it collides. If the body is solid, it will leave a very large impact crater. If it is gaseous, as Jupiter is, it will just plow into the gas, and then a big plume will then exit the planet. And be really very exciting. And that's what we saw with Jupiter in 1994. Are we going to be hit by something? The answer is yes. There's no question about it. The question is when. While we were getting ready tonight, one of us said, well, it's not going to be millions of years. It's not going to be millions of years. Maybe hundreds, maybe dozens, maybe even thousands. But certainly there is about a chance of 1 in 1,000 that in our lifetime, we will actually see a cometary impact on the Earth. We don't know that yet. Nothing's been detected that is going to collide with the Earth, but there is stuff out there, comets and asteroids, that are going to visit the Earth and that are going to impact. I know that's going to happen, and I think that's why it is so important that we have this particular subject on tonight's Global Star Party. And on that basis, I'm going to give it back to Scotty. I have to leave for a few minutes, but I will be right back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I think that, the focus on what we can do with regard to, big impactors is, we're just at the infancy of all of that. But I think that if you're listening out there, you're watching a rerun of Global Star Party, and you run into this, if at all possible, when there's a science issue that comes up in our Congress and your country's Congress, whatever, that you vote for it and that you support science because we have some daunting problems out there. The impact situation, although extremely rare, can happen. And if we can be ready for it, let's get ready. And so, but I'm going to turn this over to Eugene Shoemaker and a younger David Levy with this program here.
All the planets are going around in these nice uniform orbits, and it's all running like clockwork, and it is a very peaceful, tranquil place out there. That's a myth. It's like being in a hail of bullets going by all the time. They are bullets. They're bullets out there in space. These things have hit the Earth in the past. They will hit the Earth in the future. It will produce a catastrophe that exceeds all other known natural disasters by a large measure.
Before Eugene Shoemaker, few people gave it much thought. One of the most powerful forces in the making of our planet, and perhaps the deadliest hazard we face.
If nature hit a large metropolitan area like Los Angeles, it would simply obliterate all of Los Angeles and the surrounding region.
There would have been a cloud covering the entire planet within 2 hours, and it would have lasted for a year.
3, 2, 1.
I'm on.
Eugene Shoemaker, geologist, was looking for rocks, not on the ground, but in the sky. That night, he and his team found something astounding, a portent of another kind of Big Bang. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 first appeared as a faint smudge in space. it grew into a blazing streak of light. By the time it smashed into Jupiter, every major telescope in the world was watching. The impact unleashed fiery plumes large enough to incinerate the Earth, and it raised a terrifying question. Could it happen here?
The seminal event that really alerted everyone to yes, Virginia, comets do hit planets, was the collision of Shoemaker-Levy 9 into Jupiter. In all the years I've observed, I've never seen a comet like this. I've never seen anything like this. There were at least 5 separate comets all together with this dust wings on either side and then the tails going off to the north.
Which later came to be called a string of pearls. There were many little comets all lined up, each one going on its own orbit, but very closely related orbits. And it was clear that this had once been one comet that had gotten too close to Jupiter and had been torn apart in the gravity field of Jupiter.
Not long after discovering Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, they learned the comet was on a course that would lead to its own violent end.
I said, oh my gosh. And Carolyn stopped and said, what? And I said, our comet's going to collide with Jupiter in 16 months from now. I think for the next half hour, the three of us just stared at the announcement. And Eugene was saying, I don't believe it. We're going to see a collision in my lifetime. On July the 16th, the first fragment of Shoemaker-Levy 9 crashed into Jupiter, traveling at a speed of 140,000 miles per hour. It would be able to cross the United States in a couple of seconds at that speed. It tore into Jupiter. Really, Jupiter didn't know what hit it. The explosion from the first fragment of Shoemaker-Levy 9 rose over 2,000 miles above Jupiter's cloud tops. And a few hours later, another one hit. The next day, another one hit.
Jupiter got hit, bam, 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 at least 16 times over the course of 6 days.
But the most powerful impact was yet to come. Fragment G exploded into Jupiter, raising a fireball visible from Earth.
It left a cloud larger than the Earth, and a cloud that lasted on Jupiter for almost a year. One of the questions that we all had when we were watching this enormous damage done to Jupiter was, well, what if it had been us? Imagine one Hiroshima strength bomb being exploded every second for several years. That is the energy released by Shoemaker-Levy 9 in its collision with Jupiter.
The magnitude of the impacts into Jupiter surprised and alarmed the scientific community.
And one of the big discussions was, how do we get rid of the giggle factor? We go to Congress and we say, a comet could hit the Earth someday, and everyone laughs. After Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, nobody was laughing.
It's my opportunity to pay homage to the engineers and technical experts, flight planners on the mission, because they are setting the stage for what is our main act, which, as we know, is the impact with Dimorphos. And there's no better person to speak with me about our target asteroid than Andy Chang, who is DART Investigation Team Lead. Andy, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you. Well, DART is the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, because we'll do this test of the kinetic impactor at a double asteroid, sort of, represented by this model. It's actually 2 asteroids that are orbiting one another. And DART will come and it will hit the moon, the smaller asteroid of the system, to change the orbit of the moon around its primary. The reason we want to do it that way is that we can measure the change in the orbit. We can measure the effect of the kinetic impactor using ground-based telescopes. What happens when you look at it from the Earth is you see that the 2 objects move in front of and behind each other. And every time that happens in the telescope, what you see is a dip in the amount of light. Astronomers on the ground can time these dips very precisely to measure the change in the orbit period when DART hits the moon. The moon that DART hits, it's an orbiter on a much bigger asteroid, Didymos. And so even though we can make a 10-minute change in the orbit period of Dimorphos, we hardly move Didymos at all because it's just so much bigger. Just not able to move it very far.
Interesting. Well, you know what's also interesting, Andy, is that I hear we have a lot of binary asteroid systems that they're not very uncommon, but we want to choose this one because it's going to be close enough and at the right time, right, for this mission to happen.
Didymos is close to Earth. That makes it easier to see with a telescope and to make the precise measurements that are needed. And the other great advantage, of course, is Didymos is not a threat to hit the Earth. It never comes closer than about 3 million miles to Earth. That was true before the DART impact. It's also true after the DART impact. We just cannot, DART is just not big enough to be able to make an appreciable change in the orbit of Didymos around the sun.
And this is mind-boggling to me, Andy, but I heard you basically dreamt up this whole mission while in your basement. Now, is that true?
Yes, that was a winter morning in 2011. Today, it's really like the birth of my first child. Of course, someone else is doing all the work, and I'm doing all the worrying. And now we're so close, within half an hour.
Well, that's a short 10-minute video, but I think it tells the story pretty well. And, you know, so it makes me want to study asteroids and comets even more than what I do. So, and it's wonderful to have David Levy here with us every Global Star Party. To kind of be our guide and, you know, and to help us understand the context of all of this stuff. It's easy for us to take it all for granted, but you know, what these astronomers have done and these researchers have done and what Congress did and all the rest of it is just really amazing to me. And so it's wonderful to have lived through this, and you know, there's more to see and there's more to explore.
There is more to explore, and I want to tell you that as I was doing the Hanukkah blessings just now with my grandson, I was able to keep an eye on the video of the movie. I'm going to watch it afterwards, but I'm back, and it turns out I have not seen this movie before, so I need to check all the things I said to make sure I still agree with them. But anyway, I'm back.
Great. Okay, so also with us tonight is David Eicher, and David Eicher is going to be talking about STARMUS. We've talked a lot about STARMUS on the Global Star Parties. They are preparing for the next one in Slovakia, and both David Levy and myself are supposed to be there with David Eicher. So we're really excited about this, and you should seriously consider going. You know, if there was a bucket list for astronomers to go to any event, this should be on that list. So I'm going to turn this over to you, David. And here we
Thanks,
go.
Scott. And I will share my screen, and I will share the
Okay.
right screen, and I will start. And first of all, let me just say, and I'll start a slideshow maybe too. Oh dear. My thing is in the way here. Can I start it here? Maybe. Yes.
There you are.
Okay. And, you know, it's amazing, Scott, let me just say very quickly, you know, that we're meeting these old friends that you're
Yes.
bringing back into the GSPs here, you know, with Bart Bach and again, with Gene and Carolyn, you know, it was through David that I met them, and they were, you know, the kindest, nicest people. And of course, every time we were out in Flagstaff, they were a major fixture, whether it was, you know, seeing us a number of times up on Mars Hill or of course over at USGS. You know, they were sort of like substitute parents, you know, back when you were in your 20s there. So we miss them a lot, and it's great to see that. But switching gears, the Starmus Festival is a unique thing. This is opening image was taken by none other than a fellow named Scott Roberts. This is where he and a couple people surprised me last year when they found out that it was the 40th anniversary of me being at Astronomy Magazine, if you can believe that. So we had a little celebration there with an astronomer bottle there. Which was great fun. But I'll talk in some detail about the Starmus Festival itself and how it got going. It was founded in 2007. The first festival was held in 2011 in the Canary Islands. And Starmus stands for Stars and Music. And this happened in a sort of a convoluted way because there's a famous astronomer who bailed out on his PhD work in 1970, who was at Tenerife in the Canaries. And he went on, much to his family's disappointment at first, to join a rock and roll band. That's Brian May, and it worked out okay for him, you know, the band Queen. They did all right, you know, within the span of a few years there. But it was a childhood hero of Brian's, Patrick Moore, the famous English television astronomy presenter, who really kind of, you know, scolded and admonished Brian to go back and finish his PhD, which he did in 2008 and on a subject related to the dust in the solar system. And one of the people at Tenerife at that time was the co-founder of Starmus, and the guy who really had it as an idea, an astronomer there, Garrick Israeli. And he's also a musician. So the two of them got together and had this idea where we really want to have a festival that celebrates astronomy and science and music and the arts as well. So Starmus was born, and we've had a large number of Nobel Prize laureates and astronaut explorers and scientists from all sorts of fields. As I'll mention here, a brief survey. Most of these images and things I'm going to talk about are from last year's Starmus, which we had in Armenia. However, next spring, we will hold the 7th Starmus Festival in Bratislava, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump from Vienna. So really you can fly, even as, you know, Americans who think this is like going to the moon, it's pretty easy actually to get there. You can go to Vienna and then take a half-hour car ride over to where this is. It's pretty easy to get to. It's going to be held May 12th through the 17th of next year. We're about to turn the corner on, and there'll be a little expanded range of dates because we're going to do some special things I'll talk about here as well, an astrophotography school as well that will extend that date just a little bit here. You can see starmus.com for the complete information all about the festival there, and it consists really of a number of things. Last time in Armenia, we had about 5,000 people, I think, altogether there. And it consists of a lot of scientific talks in all sorts of fields, workshops, concerts, as Brian likes to say, you know, you have to use both hemispheres of your brain. So there are concerts, there's a lot of music and creativity and art as well as science, tours of historic and cultural sites that are local. And as I mentioned, there's an astro imaging workshop and a star party, the chief architect of whom is none other than Scott Roberts. So let me go on and talk a little bit more about it. Past festivals have happened in the Canary Islands, in Norway, in Switzerland, and as I said, in Armenia. About 5,000 people were there in Yerevan the last time we were there. And it's governed by a board of advisors that includes Garrick and Brian, Richard Dawkins, the very famous, if you will, the great sort of evolutionary biologist of our time. Emmanuel Charpentier, who, if we're fortunate enough, she's a Nobel Prize winner. She may extend our lives. She's the one who won the Nobel Prize for the CRISPR gene splicing technology. Jane Goodall, who's the most famous primatologist, of course, on the planet. Peter Gabriel, he's a very famous acclaimed musician, a great guy. Jill Tarter, of course, the world's most famous SETI researcher. Tony Fadell, who you owe something to if you own an iPod or an iPhone because he invented them. And then myself on the board as well. Hey, there's always got to be one troublemaker in the group, right? So the scale of Starmus is large, but it's really designed so that attendees can hear and access the personalities relatively easily. You can get up close, you can talk to people. We had more than 50 speakers in Armenia in different ways, and Scott will be there with me as well. David Levy will be speaking this coming time, so we're very excited to have David there as well. And this is a tiny, tiny sample of the planned speakers here, because we'll have no doubt more than 50 speakers again. But they'll include Brian, Jane Goodall, Kip Thorne, the world's leading expert on black holes, Brian Greene, Tony Fadell, myself, Catherine Hayhoe, who's a leading climate scientist, Jill Tarter, Charlie Duke, our pal, Apollo 16 astronaut, Chris Hadfield, a very well-known astronaut explorer, Michelle Mayor, who won the Nobel Prize for the first discovery of an exoplanet orbiting a sun-like star. You may remember in 1995, Adam Rees, Lisa Kaltneger, Chris Rapley, Patrick Michel, Garrett Reisman, Donna Strickland, and Emmanuel. These are all Nobel Prize winners or astronauts who I've mentioned there, but we'll have many, many more speakers in addition to that. What we have planned for in Bratislava this time is focusing on the future of our home planet, Earth. Life on Earth, the climate, environmental cyber attacks, the promise and danger of AI will be a theme, technologies, solutions, and dangers. We have a film that we've produced as well that's written by yours truly and produced by Todd Miller, who's the fellow who created the Apollo 11 documentary that's spectacular that you might have seen as well. We'll be showing that film. As I mentioned, many speakers. We'll have a lot of rock and roll going on and other music as well from Brian, Rick Wakeman, who's another good close friend of the festival, the great keyboardist of rock history from Yes and other groups, and other notable musicians as well. Michael Bakich, my colleague from Astronomy Magazine, will be running the Astro Imaging School, sharing techniques. It's easier, as many of you know, than ever by far now to capture your own images successfully of the universe. And that's going to be probably a 3-day event, I think, that will precede the main Starmus. And Damian Peach, Chris Schur, and Martin Ratcliffe will be with us there, who are very well-known imagers and writers, and they'll be teaching us techniques. Scott will put on a star party as well again for us, as we did in Armenia. We'll be holding this at a castle that dates back to the Middle Ages, and actually its ruins date back to the Neolithic age. But really the structures that are there that will be set up with telescopes from Explore Scientific and their partners date back to the 13th century. So it's a spectacular place we will be to observe the sky. let me just run through a tiny sample of speakers and of things that happened last year to give you a very small flavor of what it's like. This is Garrick, who founded the festival along with Brian May, and he's opening the festival here. You can see last time we had a 50 years on Mars theme, and so we had an elaborate Martian stage going back to the first Mars missions. At Starmus, you never know who you'll end up sitting next to, just a warning there. This is a famous guitarist there, in case you don't recognize him. And you can run into lots and lots of people who are very interesting and very generous with their time and talking to others about their work and about what they've done. This is Kip Thorne, who, since we lost our good pal, who was on our board as well, Stephen Hawking. Kip is alone now in being the world's expert on black holes. So he will be there as well, speaking again. This is in Armenia. We had exploration of great history and culture around Yerevan. This is outside of the city, Amberd Fortress that goes back 1,000 years as well. And we opened the festival with some musicians. Derek Sharinian is of Armenian ancestry, and so he and his band opened the festival there with a great first night show. We also had another Armenian friend musician, Tigran, lighting up the crowd there with a show and a choir along with them. We had a number of people joined me for a press conference to open the event, and we had about 50 press from around the world covering us. So it gets covered as a sort of a big deal, this event. Rick Wakeman then played piano along with the Armenian National Orchestra. We had the entire National Orchestra there with us to open the first main event on the main night when all 5,000 people were there in this auditorium, a stadium really. We also honor our dear departed colleague, Stephen Hawking, who was on our board with us, giving out medals for science popularization. And this time we gave one to Brian. We gave one to Diane Ackerman, who's written a lot about nature and about the environment for the New York Times and other publications, the NASA Communications Office, and Jane Goodall, who has joined our board as well now. And we've given them to a wide range of science communicators in the past. This is Jane delivering her speech remotely, accepting the award. And of course, you must know of her work with chimpanzees that has led to a lot of the understanding of what we know of primates now in this world, being our closest relatives to Homo sapiens. Jane will be there in person with us this coming spring. So that'll be a highlight for us. We had Bumblefoot of the Sons of Apollo rock band there, soloing right in front of us, and that's Garrick and Brian with me shooting the image next to them here, putting on a little show for the guitarist here. So there's creativity and there's art that gets interspersed with all of the science, the pure science, and you even have some troublemakers showing up early to try to set things up here and cause problems. So the cautionary word there. Michael Bakich, our senior editor at Astronomy, now just recently retired, along with myself, MC some of the sessions. Here's Michael sort of taking away the first big day, and there are many speakers on a fairly elite level. Here, a pal of ours who's at the Max Planck Institute in Tübingen, Bernhard Skolkoff. He'll be back again this year as well. And he's a sort of a mild-mannered guy. He was at the astrophoto school, just sort of saying, well, you know, what kind of exposure should I do on this kind of thing? We didn't really know who this guy was. And it turns out he's one of the world's leading experts on artificial intelligence. So he'll be speaking about that and where things are going with AI once again. Again, there are tours of interesting things historically and culturally that happen at every Starmus trip. And this is Erebuni Fortress, which is right in the smack dab in the center of Yerevan, essentially where the city was founded in 782 BC. So we looked at the ruins and had a good time. A fantastic and huge museum exists there at this archaeological site as well. Just a sampling of many, many, many speakers. Again, this is Lou Friedman, very well-known planetary scientist of the Planetary Society, who founded that group along with Carl Sagan and a couple of other colleagues many years ago, talking about the history of Martian exploration. Michel Mayor, I mentioned before, he's the fellow who won the Nobel Prize and discovered the first exoplanet orbiting a sun-like star, 51 Pegasi, back in 1995, and sort of broke open the modern era of exoplanetary discovery. He'll be back again as well. He's a good pal of ours. The director of the Carl Sagan Institute at Cornell is Lisa Kaltenegger, who is a hoot, just absolutely hysterical. She's Austrian by birth, but is, of course, in Ithaca now. I got introduced to her in Armenia. I'd sort of seen her around for some years before, and she comes up to our banquet table where a number of us were sitting and said, "Hey, you got to move out of here. This is our table." You know, and I said, "Well, what do you mean?" You know, went over, I talked to Garrick, what's going on here? Who is it? And so for half an hour, she played an elaborate gag on me and then introduced herself. And we ended up having great times together. So you never know what you're going to get. Scientists can have a hell of a sense of humor too, believe it or not. This was really a cool moment fairly early in the festival. We had not only the Armenian National Orchestra there, but the Children's Choir of Tavush, one of the elite young singing groups of the country of Armenia, came in, and we did the same trick that Queen does in their concerts by syncing Freddie on film to do some singing with live singing that goes on, which really works incredibly well. The timing and the technology of it. And I'll tell you, looking around, they did a medley of Queen songs, and looking around when the kids were singing "We Are the Champions" with Fred, there were people who were tearing up in the audience, seeing Freddie and these young children singing these Queen songs. It was really something to see. And then we had the real guy from Queen there on the right, Brian, along with an old pal in the center there. You might remember back in the day, the rock group called 10cc. This guy's the founder of that group and did lots of other writing of songs for other people as well. He's a very nice guy, Graham Gouldman. And they had I'm Not in Love was their greatest hit, I think. But he also wrote a bunch of songs for other people. He wrote For Your Love, the great, another great 60s hit. And so they banged out with our pal Bumblefoot a bunch of songs, the three of them together, that went really well. This is kind of a speakers stand up who were there on the first night and get a group shot there. So you can see that there's quite a collection there of folks from planetary science and cosmology and pure astronomy and biology and chemistry and zoology and other fields as well. It's really all the sciences now that STARMUS focuses on. This is always a highlight. I think we've done this 3 times now at STARMUS. Chris Hadfield is a very well-known, celebrated astronaut, Canadian. He's the nicest guy in the world. He really is. And he became very famous because he sang in real time on the space station. You might remember this. He sang David Bowie's great hit, Space Oddity, on the space station in a live broadcast. So he does that at each STARMUS for us now, and that really gets people as well.
And he's Canadian.
And he's Canadian. And he's a hell of a nice guy. He really is. He's a very, very smart guy, of course, and really gracious and very, very kind. Here is a shot with, I think there's a Scott and a Dave and a Holly Bakich and a Michael Bakich in there. This was our astrophotography school, which we did for the first time in Armenia. We're going to do it again now in Slovakia. And it went really well. And it's something that people got a really big kick out of. And then we had a star party, and we didn't have a star party just anywhere. Scott, you might want to chime in on this as well.
Sure. Sure.
This was Garni Temple, a 1900-year-old Greco-Roman temple we had as the backdrop for Scott's telescopes.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great backdrop, and it was lit up quite a bit, as you can see here, and the lights stayed on during the star party. But you would have been amazed at how many deep sky objects we actually got there. And you know, as you kind of moved in towards the eyepiece, the guy standing right behind you was an Apollo astronaut, and just an amazing group of people to be with and experiencing this night. There was live music. There was free drinks, free beer, and it was a very, very special night. Unlike any star party I've ever attended, I think this fusion of music and looking at the stars, live music, really leaves an impression upon you. I will never forget the star party, and really felt honored to be there. There was also a great meal before we started at this event, and so by the end of it, I was pretty spent, but really loved the experience of it. And this was kind of the more or less VIP event, which you can get tickets for if you go to Starmus. But there's also a free star party that we gave for the public. I need to share some of my images with you, David, but we were absolutely crushed with people. You throw out a number of 5,000 people. There must have been tens of thousands of people coming through this star party.
And this was right
away at one point.
This was right downtown in one of the squares in Yerevan. It was flooded with people.
Yeah, and there was also a live band, and the people there were so hungry to learn more about science, to look through a telescope, to experience the different technologies that were showcased at Starmus. Was really amazing.
You know, it's pretty wild when you're looking at the moon in a telescope and you take your eye from the eyepiece, look over and talk to Charlie Duke about what it was like when he walked on the moon. That doesn't happen every day.
No, that does not happen every day. But it's, these people are so warm and friendly and sharing and giving, as you described, David. And frankly, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it. But after a while, you understood that they were just as interested in what you had to say as what you had, the interest in them. So it's totally cool. When I tell people you got to go, you got to go.
There's really nothing else like it as an event. And this time, as I mentioned, we're going to have our star party here at Devon Castle, which goes back to the 13th century, the stone walls that we see here, and predecessors much farther than that back in time. But this is what's left of it, and it's a huge area. So we'll have plenty of room for telescopes here, I think, Scott.
Yeah. And being in a place like this, it's ancient and it feels sacred. Okay. It feels sacred. I don't know how else to say this. Okay. But you're looking up at the sky. You're almost inebriated, not from alcohol, but from the people that are there. And it is very, very special. And when you go and you come back, you're just going to go, did that really happen? Yep.
Yeah, there are aspects of it that are very dreamlike.
It's not like you've gone to some really cool concert or something. This is an experience. This is something you got to do.
Yeah, and it goes on for the better part of a whole week. So it's just nonstop, and you think, well, tomorrow can't be any cooler than today. Oh, yes, it can be. Yeah. Because
right.
one thing that our pal Garrick does is make every starmus bigger and greater and more unbelievable than the last one, you know. Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember the day after the star party, we go down to the lobby of the hotel, and Bumblefoot is down there, okay, with his guitar. And he's just hanging out with us, along
Yeah.
with Tony Fadell, billionaire Tony Fadell, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Just the nicest guy, okay?
Yeah.
And, it was just famous person after famous person was there, and it was just amazing.
It's really remarkable, and they're all very vested in just sharing the excitement of science, of their arts, of a better world that we should have by this point in time here. So that's it for Starmus that I had. I'll mention that we have we finished the 50th anniversary year. It's over now of astronomy, and we're into the 101 weirdest cosmic objects. Which I drew up a list originally of 433 weirdest cosmic objects, which I'm planning to continue to horrify you with for years to come on the Global Star Party. But we pared it down for print for just 101 of them. So that's out there now for the January issue.
So is this the weirdest of the weirdest, or
the weirdest of the weirdest?
Weirdest.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And here is our Starmus page. So you can go to starmus.com. This clock is something that Brian designed. If you saw Queen's recent tour in the United States of America, you would have seen this clock motif in Queen's show, by the way, as well. We got a lot of mileage out of this here. But this is the logo for the Starmus that's coming this spring here, which will focus on the future of Earth, because of all the planets we know of out there now, more than 5,500 exoplanets in 4,000 systems. And there are certainly billions of them in the Milky Way and countless billions in the universe in all the 100 billion galaxies. We still know of one place that will support life. So we have to take care of this place.
That's right.
So anyway, we look forward to Scott, to David at Starmus. I'll be talking a little bit more about it in the future here as we run up to it. And we hope that you will join us at Starmus. It'll be an experience like you have not had in your life as a science person. So thank you, Scott.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I would like to add something to this.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that David said during his lecture was that Eugene Shoemaker had quite a sense of humor, and that is an understatement. He and Carolyn had wonderful senses of humor. So
yes,
to say we got silly is an understatement.
Absolutely.
I'd like to share
and yet, I'm sorry, David.
Go on.
I was just going to say, not only could they be very silly and funny and had just a wicked sense of humor, but when I first knew them when I was young, way back in the day, they were very calming and they were sort of like guardians to, you know what I mean? There was a sense that they were kind of taking care of you as well.
Yeah.
As being really fun. You know what I mean, David?
Yeah, I do know what you mean, but I'd like to share with you a little story.
Yeah.
The first night that I was observing, Gene was that night at taking care of Voyager 2 going by Neptune. It was 1989. It was my first time with Carolyn. And she taught me the ropes, and I was doing okay. And she said, you're doing so well that we may run out of film. So I went downstairs, loaded the next film. When I came up, I said, Carolyn, this is the last film. And she said, I know we're doing well, but I didn't think we were doing that well. We should have enough film to get through tonight. And I know my video is off afterwards. I have to go out and buy a new computer, which I hope I'll be able to get and get the video working again. But anyway, to continue the story, Carolyn said, no, I think we got lots of film. I said, no, I checked. This is the last film. I loaded it into the telescope. And she started mumbling about it, and we're guiding the exposure. And she said, are you sure? And I said, yeah, that's the last film, but I have a plan. What I want to do is I brought a roll of Tri-X black and white film, and we're going to load it into the film holder. We're going to cut it up with the scissors and load the strips into the film holder and use that. And she said, I don't think that's going to work. How are you going to develop this? I said, easy. After we take all the films, we're going to put them all together and going to run down to the drugstore. They're going to develop them. And then we'll tape them together again with Scotch tape, put them back into the stereo microscope, and it'll be fine. And she said, David, she said to herself, how am I going to tell this fairly promising person that he's full of it? And so she looked at me and she said, David, I don't think that's going to work. And I went around and I said, no, we just Scotch tape the films together. It'll be fine. And she said, David, I have the very uncomfortable feeling that I've just been had. I looked at her and I said, Carolyn Shoemaker, I believe you have that feeling because you've just been had. And we
Nice.
laughed. And that started the humor, and we never stopped. And
That's fantastic. And, I mean, as you know, as well or better than anyone in their lives, David, they were the kindest, most generous people with their time and attention, They really were.
they really were incredible people. And one night, a not so funny time, when I was with Carolyn visiting her in Flagstaff, and she was driving me back to her home, and she said, there are times that I kind of wish I had gone with Gene.
Mm.
And I said, well, I can understand that, but you didn't. And it turned out that the world got another 24 years of Carolyn after that. But I have a feeling that in her last year, she was really missing Gene a lot.
No doubt. Yeah.
And I think that in her last days, she was thinking, well, I'll soon be with Gene, which is really where I want to be. And I think that's a good story I wanted to share with you.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. And I mean, it was when it happened, it was 1997, wasn't it? It was so sudden and such a shock. Nobody could have anticipated an accident like that. It was just a thunderbolt out of the blue of terror.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wrote about it in my biography of Gene, that they're driving and they're happy and they're laughing, and suddenly this Range Rover appears right in front of them. And that's the end of Gene's life.
What
So
a wonderful guy he was.
You never know what the last moments are. We can't predict it for ourselves or for anyone else. So you have to appreciate the moment, and and make sure that you're saying what you need to say, and expressing what you need to express, and you're trying to do something good.
Absolutely.
Being your best.
And it's such a rare thing to have known such a kind person who was so brilliant and who single-handedly, in effect, invented an area of science,
Right.
impact geology, and in effect, single-handedly, mostly, created an institution as well, the Flagstaff branch of the USGS.
Yeah.
That he basically, on his own, did those two things.
Yeah, he
which
did.
is remarkable.
It's like the George Ellery Hale of the USGS.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, David, for that. And thanks, Scott. And we're looking for a great party this spring, and we hope that you'll join us there in Europe.
Yes. Thank you so much, David. Okay. Well, this is not the last you'll hear about STARMUS. We plan to talk much more about it, but that was a great overview, and made me relive some nice moments there. So thanks again, David.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay. So David, do you want to introduce John Goss? Maybe he's not there right now, or maybe he's
Yeah.
muted.
I
Well,
guess not.
Goss. Scott, I will be the David that introduces John Goss.
Yes, please.
Even though Bob is very upset that I don't have my video camera on and wants a refund. But as an official member of the Astronomical League, I want to introduce you to the person who is responsible in large amount to the success of this organization. It has thousands of members, and I'm sure a lot of you listening to our program and watching it are members of the Astronomical League. And John is representing it tonight, and he's going to be talking about the league and what it can do. He's also going to talk a little bit about our next meeting in Kansas City, which I had planned to be at,
Me too.
and to give a talk that I hope is not going to have me thrown out of the room. But if it is, then I'll get David Eicher to come and perform some magic tricks. But anyway, on this note, presenting Professor John Goss.
Thank you, David. I don't think I've ever had an introduction quite like that before. I'm supposed to say a few words tonight, and I find it kind of hard to do so. It's a hard act to follow what's been coming up until right now. I mean, we just heard some very interesting, great stuff from a number of people, and hopefully I can measure up to those standards. So it's kind of a hard act to follow here. Well, we'll see what's going on here. But when Scott said last week, I think it was late last week, about what the general theme of tonight would be, impacts, I started thinking, well, I don't know all that much about impacts. I don't know if I can say much about impacts, but I do know that we're going to be talking a lot. You're going to hear a lot about Jupiter tonight. So I thought, oh, okay, well, maybe I should kind of focus my attention on Jupiter when I could say some stuff about that. So I am. Let's see what I can do here. Okay, great. So my initial title was Where's Ganymede? Well, it's by Jove. And you're thinking, well, what am I talking about here? Well, this is something, if you, I like to speak about how people can enjoy the night sky and what they're looking at and get stuff out of it. And so I kind of look at myself to see what I've gotten out of it. So let's start in this way. I have a limerick, which pretty much describes what I'm going to be talking about for the next few minutes. Ganymede emerges, silently moving in darkness, it hides now. To see the giant Galilean, I vow. Minutes pass, nothing yet. Standing cold, won't regret. A faint glimmer turning brighter brings, oh wow. I believe one of the great things about stargazing, about being looking through telescopes, talking about astronomy, is experiencing the oh wow effect. And I think that in my own top 10 reasons for stargazing, this is number 3. Don't worry, we're not going to go on to number 2 and number 1 tonight. This is not number 3. When I first did what I'm about to show you a number of years ago now, I think those really were the words I used. Was, oh wow, this is really something to see, something really, really cool. Because we, as amateur astronomers, we love seeing things with our own eyes. We love seeing the universe the way it is, all the wonders that it has. So you go out tonight. No, don't go out tonight. Stay tuned into this. But another night, go out on, if it's clear, see what the sky has to offer. Well, you will see soon Jupiter in the sky, among all the constellations and stars of the late fall sky, early winter sky. So this is something to see. So let's talk about Jupiter and how this impact stuff affects affects our views here. I'd like to share with you a diagram that I cooked up. This is something I tried to make as accurate as I could. It'll become apparent where we're going with this in just a moment. But I'd like to describe what I have here. This is just a simulation as far as Jupiter. The planet Jupiter is right in the center, and it's just a simulation of that. It's from a picture I took a long time ago. I'm not a good astrophotographer. I haven't gotten much better. But Jupiter's in the center, and just above it and to its left, you see a dot for Ganymede. And just to its left, you see another dot, which is Europa. And I drew in the orbits of those two moons. And I also drew in the shadow of Jupiter from where the sunlight is striking the planet. So the shadow extends out like a little tail off to the upper left of Jupiter. So there, I took all the lines out. There's Ganymede and Europa. What I have to emphasize, what I have here is a simulation. These are not astrophotos that I made, but hopefully it's representative of what I want to say. Talk about Ganymede going into eclipse. It's a pretty neat thing to see through a telescope. You're going to need a fairly high power to experience all this just right. And what I mean by high power would be like 100 times or more. So it's not extremely high, but certainly not low power. So Jupiter's moon Ganymede orbits the planet, and it occasionally goes into Jupiter's shadow, which hopefully this simulation will do right here. It takes a while to do so. It takes a number of minutes. So as you're watching Ganymede go into eclipse, you'll just see it slowly disappear after a few minutes, and then it's gone because now it's in the shadow. Jupiter's shadow. It's being eclipsed by Jupiter. That's pretty cool to see because here you are watching an eclipse that's taking place 400 million miles away, something like that. It's not something people see every day. And it's pretty neat. For me, it was sort of the basis of the oh wow moment. But a better one, at least for me, is coming right up. So now Ganymede's in the shadow of Jupiter. Europa continues to cross the space and eventually transits the planet. I'm not going to show about transiting the planet because you have the bright Jupiter with the bright Europa in front of it. You just don't see it very, very well, at least for not for this demonstration. But there you are. Watch it. You're not watching Ganymede anymore because for the next 2 hours and 4 minutes approximately, it's in that shadow. It can't be seen.
John,
but then,
sorry for interrupt.
Yes.
That I did exactly like that a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
was capturing Jupiter, but in this case, I will try to capture the eclipse of Europa, but I
Yeah.
couldn't. It's amazing when
Jupiter's,
so,
was it-
when the moon goes behind the planet, it's amazing, but then it will have to appear, because it was there, but it wasn't see it because the moon has the shadow of Jupiter, but
yeah,
I
yeah.
couldn't capture it, but I know that in some darker place was Europa, but I couldn't see when the lights of the sun came again to Europa because
Sure.
the clouds more later bothered me. But anyway, it was amazing to try to
Yeah.
capture it and also watch it for the first time. So
Oh, yeah.
that wow effect was shocking.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I think it's pretty thrilling. First time you see it, there it is, and then it dims down and it's gone. And then part two is coming right up here.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah,
you
continue.
have, yes, thank you. Ganymede moves out of the shadow. Hope I hit the right button. Yeah, here it comes. This takes many minutes. Now I'm speeding this whole thing up because you don't want to sit here for 16 minutes watching this king come back and into full sunlight again. But there it is. And for me personally, that was a real oh wow experience because I couldn't see anything. And then all of a sudden I start thinking, is that a little faint light right there? Is that it? And I go, yeah, I can see it. It's brighter and brighter and brighter. And boom, there you are. You just saw, I guess you could say you saw it, even though you really didn't see it, the whole eclipse of Ganymede as it disappeared in the shadow, went through the shadow, and then came back out. So what you now have is Ganymede has progressed to the other side of the shadow as it pops back out, and it goes around in its orbit. Just to be clear, Europa is still on the face of Jupiter, so it's gone. Forget about Europa. But something like this, go out and look. This may be an oh wow moment for you. You don't need a super telescope, anything like that, to see this. As I said, 100 magnification, okay, well, it's kind of on the high side for some people, but it's certainly doable. Emergence time, also disappearance time. It takes Ganymede about 17 minutes to disappear into the shadow, another 2 hours to plow through the shadow, and then another 17 minutes or so to pop back out. So this is all very gradual. I'm going to talk about Europa and Io just a little bit, because that Ohio Io revolves around Jupiter so quickly, so close to the planet. It only takes about 4 minutes to go into eclipse, and with Europa about 6. Now, it just so happens, this is what I worked on earlier today to figure out what's going on right now. We did have some events a few days ago, but right now, Ganymede is in eclipse from Jupiter's shadow right now. Now, don't go out and look at it tonight. Don't go out and look at it tonight, because I want you to stay on board here and see all the cool stuff coming out. And also because you'll see I have a second event down there that's been circled. 1 week from now, Ganymede's going to do approximately the same thing. These times I've listed 9:45, 11:49, and so on. That's all Eastern Standard Time, so you'll have to adjust the times for whatever time zone you're in. But go ahead and try it then. See if you get your own oh wow moment. Also, you'll notice that Europa and Io happen to be kind of paired on certain nights, so you can see both of them do this. And a couple on Thursday night, you got Europa and Io doing this, but that's like an hour and a half apart. So that means you got to stand outside for an hour and a half. But if you look on, what do I have? December 28th, they're just 6 minutes apart. So it's 2 for 1 right there. As soon as one comes back out of eclipse, the next one starts. So you get 2 moons right there to see. And it's a great thrill to see this stuff. And it happens slow enough that if you have somebody with you, you can show them the view through the eyepiece, and it doesn't happen in just a few seconds. So they can have a good look at this too, and you can show a number of people as it's coming back in or going into eclipse. I think that's a lot of fun, and it kind of, you share the hobby, you share this aspect with other people, and I think you'll see some good stuff in return. Now, the Astronomical League, I'll give a little plug here for the organization. So we have a number of observing programs which help you obtain this oh wow factor, in which it gives you a bunch of activities to do, and some of these are really going to hit home for you. You're really gonna like them. This idea of Jupiter and its moons, all the stuff that it does, like we were just talking about the eclipse. Well, there's transits, there's occultations, there's Jupiter itself. Look at stuff on Jupiter. But we have a number of programs here which encourage you to go out and look through the scope and see the stuff for yourself. Remember, as astronomers, we like seeing this stuff with our own eyes. This isn't textbook stuff. Well, it is textbook stuff, but you can see what the textbook is talking about, experiencing for yourself, seeing something that's going on that's 400 billion miles away, seeing something that changes. So many times in astronomy, you look at dim galaxies and nebula and stars and so on. They don't change. But this, in real time, in just a few minutes, you can see something happening. So I encourage you to go out and try some of this stuff on your own with your telescope. Look at the sky, enjoy some of this stuff, and enjoy the global star party, because it has a lot to offer. That wraps it up there, Scott.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Great. All right. So we are probably needing to talk a little bit about the Astronomical League convention that will be happening
Oh,
in
yes.
Kansas City. Let's not forget
Yes.
that. And we did kind of mention at the beginning. David Levy and myself plan to attend. David, I think, is a keynote speaker there. So, anyhow, what more do we need to know?
It'll be a great time. Well, it's July 17th through the 20th. I kind of stop and think about that. I don't want to tell you the wrong date. It's 17th to the 20th. And actually, it's in Overland Park, which is just south of Kansas City. But, why should you come to something like this? Well, you start thinking about it. I can't compare to Starmus, but I can tell you a few things that at these conventions, who you're going to see,
Alcon has its
right next to you.
Has its own thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, you see, well, you'll see characters like Scott Roberts. Okay, well, good. Okay. But you also meet research astronomers, space mission specialists, university professors, vendors who have all, well, like Scott, with all the cool stuff. You'll get to meet astrophotographers, sketchers, visual observers, people who are interested in variable stars, people who are interested in deep sky observing, people who love the moon, a lot of stuff, a lot of people
You're going
there.
to see your friends there, and you're going to make new friends.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, all these people come year after year, and you ask yourself, well, why? These things are held around the country, and so it's really taking a lot of your vacation budget time as well as some money to go to these things. But people keep doing it, and that is why, because they keep meeting. I guess I shouldn't say like-minded people, but people who enjoy this guy and they want to learn stuff and share their own experiences. It's hard to describe.
That's right. Well, I can tell you that it's also great to be there because of all the recognition that goes on at the Astronomical League conventions. They do all, if you're there for the awards banquet, it's just back-to-back recognition from very deserving people. And it's wonderful also to see the youth recognized in the way that the league does it. There's no one that even comes close as far as an organization that recognizes youth in astronomy like the Astronomical League does.
Oh,
so
yes.
you really, and you just feel the energy of all of that, and it's so cool. So,
well, you think about who some of these people, the awards that we give out. We don't have these names for these awards that I'm about to say, but like the person who's influenced amateur astronomy the most over the last year or the last few years, we'll recognize those people, recognize the person who spends hours every month throwing together a newsletter or maintaining a website.
that's right.
That's all extremely important. That's the glue that binds us all together. It's communication like that. You have the astrophotographers, the great ones for that. You're seeing about the students, all types of awards for those. And I have to thank I'm gonna have to thank a lot of people for this. Scott Roberts himself for helping promote and sponsor some of these things. But we also have Astronomy Magazine sponsor, American Astronomical Society sponsor. We have people like our companies like Orion telescopes, Woodland Hills telescopes and camera. I better be careful because I'm going to forget some, but there are a number of others out there. Telescope Trader sponsoring our sketching competition. And I mean, the more people we get together who help us out,
to list actually, because
too
there's
many
so
to
much
list.
support and everyone coming together, and it's local, so it's definitely something that you want to go and experience. You're going to learn a lot. There's great lectures that go on, workshops, and collaborations that you can get involved with. That some of it is helps to introduce you to the professional world and these pro-am projects that go on. And so the Astronomical League is definitely a great platform to be involved with. They have over 80 observing programs.
Yeah.
You're going to become a better astronomer through your experience in the Astronomical League.
And it's all supposed to be fun.
And it is fun.
Okay.
I forgot to add that part, but it is really a lot of fun, and we make sure of it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, John. Take care. Okay. All right. So up next is Robert Reeves. Now we have, I got like an immediate email from Robert once we talked about the theme being impacts. And of course, the moon shows all of its impacts from, I guess hundreds of millions. I don't know what the oldest impact is, but I'm sure Robert Reeves knows. And so thanks for coming on to Global Star Party, Robert.
Well, glad to be here. And yeah, the theme did jibe kind of with my primary theme nowadays of the moon. I noticed that quite a bit of discussion about Eugene Shoemaker early on in the program, so I need to throw out my particular Eugene Shoemaker story. He was a guest speaker at the Texas Star Party. Oh, I forget exactly what year, but he was one of our invited keynote speakers, and he was so down to earth. I swear, it was like 1 a.m. And we're sitting on the front steps of the Walnut Cabin where we house the keynote speakers there at the Texas Star Party. And Gene and Carolyn and I chatted for hours into the night.
That's cool.
And he didn't bat an eye. He answered every question, explained everything. I wrote it all up into a interview of him for Astronomy Magazine that I forget who was the editor back then. It was pre-Eicher days. But I sent it off to Gene for his approval. I didn't want to put words in his mouth. And he took the time to hand correct everything that wasn't quite right in that whole interview. And he was so nice about it. And that always impressed the heck out of me, because this guy is like the premier of an entire science in astronomy. Yet he took the time to talk with me way into the early morning, and then make sure that what I said was spot on. So that impressed me greatly. He was definitely one of a kind. But moving on, as far as impacts go, yeah, the moon is definitely the touchstone for that. Before telescopic astronomy began, we could look at the full moon rising above the horizon and see the evidence of impacts, but with the naked eye, but we didn't recognize it. Even through the whole telescopic era from Galileo up to the late 1800s, people didn't recognize the impact nature of things on the moon because there was no corollaries for them recognized on the Earth. They had nothing to compare to understand what these things were on the moon. We see them, these giant impact basins on the moon, as the face of the man in the moon. The lunar seas creating his two eyes, his nose, his lopsided mouth. These are all giant impact basins on the moon created by asteroid strikes almost 4 billion years ago. But Earth got shellacked just as bad as the moon did back then. But Earth's weather, plate tectonics, oceans, the Earth is a very dynamic planet. It healed all of these wounds, and now it takes a very specialized geologic eye to recognize impact basins on Earth. There's something like about 190 of them cataloged, and if you know what to look for, where to look for, you can see them. But back then, nobody knew what they were. So we looked at the moon in mystery, didn't recognize what we were seeing, and we went through the whole Apollo era, went to the moon, landed on the moon, gave up the moon, didn't go back, and still didn't really fully understand the impact nature throughout the entire universe or solar system. We sent Mariner spacecraft to Mars. Oh, Mars has craters too. cool. Well, of course, it's closer to the asteroid belt. We kind of expect that. But it wasn't until Mariner 10 went to Mercury in 1974, well after the Apollo program was over, and saw that Mercury looked almost exactly like the moon, heavily cratered, all the way down to rayed craters, just like on the moon. The only thing Mercury doesn't have are the massive maria like the moon does. So suddenly it became very evident that all the inner planets were massively bombarded billions of years ago by asteroid impacts. Only the Earth has healed its wounds and doesn't show evidence of that. But when you look up at the moon, you can see that. So let's do the great experiment and do the screen share thing and see. Come on, here we go. And yeah, my title slide should be up, hopefully. And
we're seeing thumbnails.
oh, here we go again. Says I am screen sharing, so let's stop the share. And okay. Now I've lost you. Where's the Zoom? Oh, I hate this. There we are. Okay. Let's try screen share again. And now do you see my title slide?
Yes.
Great. Alrighty. Okay. So, except it won't advance. Okay. We'll have to do it the other way. Now, those of you who have been paying attention in class, every time I talk about the moon, I show this one slide. There are two primary landscape forming processes on the moon, volcanism and impact cratering. Now, anything you see on the moon was created either by an impact, blasting a big hole in the ground, or subsequent volcanic modification of that impact. And it's the same on other planets. Mars, covered with craters. Earth was covered by craters. Venus, we know, has many craters on it after you penetrate the thick atmosphere with radar. And Mercury, of course, looks almost like a twin of the moon because it's so vastly cratered. So this impact mechanism is kind of universal throughout the solar system. The outer moons are the moons of the outer planets, all covered with craters as well, unless they're an icy moon that heals itself. But you look at all the moons of the outer planets, and invariably very heavily cratered, as are the asteroids. The asteroids that we've looked at up close, they've all been pounded by repeated impacts. So, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to advance it the old-fashioned way. But when we're dealing with the moon, impacts react differently depending upon the size of the impactor and the size of the resulting impact. Now, if it's a fairly small asteroid and it blasts a hole in the ground only about 10 miles in diameter, about 16 kilometers in diameter, the physics of the impact will create what we call a simple crater, just a bowl-shaped crater that looks like somebody took a giant ice cream scoop and chunked out a big hole in the ground. But above this magic 16-kilometer size, the dynamics of the impact are such that the subsurface rock rebounds back up after the blast and creates a central peak, very much like a Copernicus crater. And the strength of the lunar surface, the crust, is not sufficient to support the walls of a crater this big. So they collapse and tumble down into the crater and form a series of terraces. Now, if the crater is larger than 300 kilometers, by definition, we no longer call it a crater. It's now a basin. And the old 300-kilometer size for the beginnings of a basin is kind of fuzzy nowadays because now we're finding smaller features on the moon that have a double ring around them. Impact rings are associated with basin impacts. So we're finding smaller basins on the moon now, recognizing them, I should say. We've seen them all along, but we're recognizing them as basins, and they're less than 300 kilometers in diameter. So the definition of a basin is getting fuzzy, but it's all part of the understanding. We're getting better and better at it. And I didn't mean to hit that. But that's the next slide I want to show anyway. So getting back to this thing about how we could see evidence of impacts on the moon with our naked eye all the way back to ancient times, pre-telescopic times, when astronomy first became a science and people started charting the sky and noting the movements of things in the sky and predicting their movements. We could see the moon as we see it here, the full moon rising, full moon up in the sky. We could clearly see these round features, dark features on it, but we did not recognize them as being impact basins that filled up with basalt and created these dark areas we call the lunar seas, the maria that formed the face of the man in the moon. But this evidence was staring us in the face all along. And even up through the 1800s, almost the late 1800s, people still didn't recognize what it was. It wasn't until a geologist, not an astronomer, a fellow named Grove Carl Gilbert, the chief geologist for the U.S. Geological Survey, and here's the plot circles all the way back again because Eugene Shoemaker was very much associated with the USGS, not necessarily as an astronomer, but as a geologist. So here we were 100 years before. And Gilbert used the Naval Observatory refractor in Washington, D.C. to observe the moon for a period of 3 weeks. And he noted that the imbrium, Mare Imbrium, appeared to be in a great circular basin. And he based this assumption on looking at the territory around Imbrium. And he noticed radial grooves streaking outward, particularly toward the southeast. We call these features nowadays the Imbrium sculpture. But these were created by the chunks of material blasted outward by the impact of the asteroid that created the Imbrium basin that later filled with basalt to create Mare Imbrium. Now, Gilbert recognized this in the late 1800s, but his write-up about it was buried in an obscure in-house report that nobody noticed for almost 50 years. So once the cat was out of the bag, it became apparent that what we've been looking at all this time. But it wasn't until evidences came back from the Apollo era that people finally believed that all of the craters on the moon, major craters, are of impact origin. It was still thought that volcanism created some of the craters, even up through the Apollo era. So it was a mindset that took a long time to turn to reality. So let's see if we can move on to the next one. Yeah. So as we look at these Maria in a telescope, we plainly see they are round. Here we're seeing Maria Nectaris. Next one, we'll move back up to Imbrium. I've been talking about it all along, and we clearly see that it is cradled in a circular rim, which is the rim of the gigantic crater that is the basin that is housing these or hosting these Maria. We have to realize the basin under the Maria and the Maria within it are two different features. The impact basin formed first, and subsequent volcanic eruptions modified the basin and flooded it, paved it over flat as a parking lot, and created the Maria. Yeah, here is Bailey, a basin on the near side of the moon that did not fill up with Maria, and hopefully you can see my cursor slowly circling this rather large flat crater on the southern part of the moon, very close to the limb. Bailey is 302 kilometers in diameter, so it was kicked out of the crater status and is now recognized to be a basin. And there's actually 70-something basins on the moon. Um, um, not all of them filled up with basalt to become a maria. Let's move on to the next slide. And sure enough, here we see a map of the moon showing the near side basins, and we see the Imbrium impact basin up here that we've been talking about, Nectaris impact basin that I showed earlier. The moon is kind of unique in that it has several features that you wouldn't expect, considering its proximity to the sun, close to the Earth. The moon has some of the coldest places in the solar system, up at the poles that never receive sunlight, colder even than the planet Pluto. But the moon also hosts the largest impact basin in the solar system. And unfortunately, it's on the backside of the moon. The South Pole Aitken Basin spans almost 2,000 kilometers. We see it here, following my cursor, circling from the South Pole almost up to the lunar equator. This massive basin, pre-Nectarian, over 4 billion years old. The moon got walloped bad. Well, yeah, I mean, it couldn't get hit any harder without shattering. So it is the largest impact basin, largest crater in the entire solar system. And it's right here in our backyard on the backside of the moon. So moving on here. Now, for many years, we could see the mountainous rim near the South Pole of this South Pole Aitken Basin, not really recognizing what it was. We didn't deduce its existence until after spacecraft mapping of the moon. The backside of the moon it was unknown until the space age. But from Earth, we could see the mountainous rim of portions of this along the southern rim, the bumpy edge of the moon. We call that the Leibniz Mountains for oh gosh, over 100 years. But nowadays that term has been dropped. But we could see portions of it from Earth, but not recognize what it really was. Now, of course, here we see Clavius crater, about 220 something kilometers in diameter. Moretus right here, more conventional looking, fairly large. Gosh, almost 100 kilometers in diameter. So now we're getting into the smaller impacts. If you can consider something that makes a crater 200 kilometers wide a small impact, well, it certainly is compared to the South Pole Aitken Basin. So moving on, Moretus again, and more of the little bumpy mountains along the bottom southern edge of the moon that denote the outer limits of the South Pole Aitken Basin. Now, getting back into more conventional impacts, not basins, but craters. Of course, Tycho crater, the youngest large impact on the moon. I think it was created about 108 million years ago. So the flash that resulted from the asteroid impact that struck the moon and created Tycho crater surely startled quite a few T-Rexes on Earth. So, and of course, one of the beautiful functions of an impact, a large impact on the moon, is the splash of ejecta that fans out in all directions and creates a ray structure. Now, craters that are older than 1 billion years, the rays are faded because of the constant churning of micrometeorite impacts. But Tycho is young, so we still see this spread of rays radiating away from it in all directions. And then getting closer to Tycho, we see this curious donut around it, dark donut. We see Tycho crater itself, a dark band around it, and then the bright ray structure. Well, the dark donut is actually the actual color of the lunar territory before the ray material draped across it. The ray material arced over the territory in this donut and started splashing down further away, at least a crater radii away. So we end up with this very distinct dark donut around Tycho. And then wrapping up this about impacts, Copernicus crater, of course, one of the most spectacular on the moon. We see it almost face on because it's at the equatorial latitudes, and we're not looking at it aslant. We're looking straight down its throat. So we get a really good look at its structure and the ray structure fanning out in all directions. And getting closer to it, we start to see, well, there's a classic complex crater with multiple central peaks. The walls have collapsed into a series of terraces, and there's secondary craters radiating out in all directions, and the ray structure, of course. And closer still, here we can see the strings of secondary craters showered out by the impact that's the asteroid that smacked into the moon, vaporized, and the explosion of the vaporization of the asteroid is what blasted the hole of the moon. Craters are not bullet holes in the moon where something hit and punched a hole in it. Craters are created by the explosive vaporization of the impactor when the tremendous kinetic energy of cosmic velocities, 20 kilometers per second or more, comes to a rather sudden stop when it hits the moon. That's converted into heat. And the sudden burst of heat, tremendous heat, vaporizes the object and it explodes like a bomb. So it doesn't necessarily matter what angle the impactor arrived at, it's the resulting explosion that creates the crater. That's why a majority of the craters on the moon are round. So here we see the fragments of ejecta thrown out in all directions have created these chains and streams of secondary craters surrounding this. So it's not necessarily just the impact itself. There's other effects as well, the formation of the crater rays, the formation of the secondary craters, the effect of the impact on surrounding territory. It modifies other nearby craters, degrades older craters by showering them with ejecta. So there's a constant modification of the lunar surface as things continuously bombard it. So I think this is the last. Yep. So I'll conclude with my usual slide by saying there's much to love on the moon, and I enjoy. I invite you to come out and join me on my playground. The moon is in our backyard most of the month. The moon laughs at light pollution. The moon is easily accessible in any telescope. A small telescope will give you just as much enjoyment with the moon as a very large one, and in some cases works even better if the seeing is not good, and bad seeing will adversely affect the view in a large telescope. So impacts are a way of life with the moon. It's a record of how rough and tumble the solar system has been for its 4.5 billion year lifetime. And you could look up from your own backyard and see this with your own eyes and appreciate how lucky we are to live on an Earth that's protected by an atmosphere, stops a majority of this incoming junk from striking and doing bad things. We do not want to be around if another Chicxulub incident occurs because we're not going to live through it. So look up and enjoy, and hope it doesn't happen anytime soon.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you for another amazing tour of the moon, Robert. So it's,
my pleasure.
I love it. So great. Our next speaker is down in Argentina and is none other than Cesar Brolo. Cesar?
Hello.
Here we are.
Can you hear me good? How are you?
Hear you.
It's good. How are you?
Hello. Yes, isn't it amazing? The internet just lets us talk around the world like this
Yes, yes, absolutely.
and share it with everyone.
We are taking everything like something normal, but we are in seconds talking about, and everywhere we are maybe at, I don't know, maybe 15,000 miles. I don't know. From Buenos Aires to Arkansas, maybe. Well, tonight it's a teeny layer of clouds. It's not for show something from my telescope, but it's a night where we can talk about some impacts, crater impacts in Argentina. It's a kind of different shape of crater. Let me share the screen. Where is this? Share. Well, back here. Well, first of all, I can show you in this map. I like to start talking about where we are and where is the crater. I like to show where I am, where Max is, and well, we are going. Here is Maxi and Chivilcoy. I am here now.
Prepárate que se viene la tormenta.
Yes, yes,
We have storm here.
Yes, here is a storm front in this area over the head of Maxi. This is the Rio de la Plata, River Plate. And we are going to Córdoba, to the center of Argentina. It's a province, the center of Argentina. And this an area of the south of the province of Córdoba. The city of Rio Cuarto have 3 impacts of crater, very how do you say, very different, the shape of the crater, comparing the craters that we know as craters. Normally we think in craters, in impact craters rounds, like Robert showed us in the moon, but I know that maybe Robert knows this kind of craters when the angle of the impact it's very close, very closer. Do you have this kind of impacts? This is a farm area in the south of Córdoba, and you can see how normally it's full of vegetation, sorry. It's an area that normally they can work for farming, or they can farming. It's very interesting. Let me show you. This one are the twins. And another one is here, the big one. It's around 4 kilometers by 1 kilometer, 200 meters. And think in this, well, the farmer can work in this area. The soja give the soya in Argentina give a very important amount of money, and of course that it's okay the crater in your farm, but if you can work inside, much better. Of course that the depth of this crater is around 4 meters, 10 meters in different areas. And let me show you a presentation that I have more of the connected with these craters. It's very interesting because I found few information, but some pictures that photographer took in the area, some people that make a website that I later I put in the comments in YouTube, because I like to show the resource, because are not my resource. If not, only I'm search something about craters in Argentina, and I found this. And let me show you. Well, something that we can see in this is the change of the vegetation, of the change of the pattern in the area that have, of course, that slower yes terrain. It's very interesting because it's something that is very particular. And I'll show you. I changed my presentation to my presentation, sorry. You can see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, two things that I'll show you to the audience tonight. Rio Cuarto impact craters that we saw in Google Maps and with the satellite image, and of course something of the last Saturday where we work in our foundation Bella Vista El Cosmos in a special event in San Miguel City about they talk La Noche de los Libros, the night of the books, or the books night, especially for books, talking with science, astronomy, well, I'm start here. It's the same. And here you have the maps, the twins, and the northern basins. The drop is another part. Another impact. The moon group is another small impact. And later, when I finish the presentation, I show you something very particular. Where is the city of Rio Cuarto? Is in the path of the impacts. Of course, that this impacts maybe was between 2,000 and 10,000 years ago, because it's a new one. It's not of the time 1 million of years. It's between 10,000 or to 2,000 years ago. In astronomy talking is yesterday. Yesterday in the morning. Yes.
1 second ago.
Yes, absolutely. Well, this is one of the first satellite pictures. This and this. This one is newest in color.
Mm-hmm.
This one is in the 1970s. One of the first photographies from air photographies. Here is a part of the crater. This part is really easy to, it's easy to understand, like crater, because you have this amount of material, and the border of the crater, you can see. This one was in a period of dry weather, really dry weather, and it's an old photography from the 80s, and it's empty of vegetation, and you can see the shape of a part of the crater, but it's very large. It's really a oblong or a long crater. It's not round, of course. Well, here I found in the website that have information. It's an old website. I don't have a new website. It's a website that have 2 articles of 2 different magazines. Maybe you know, by Peter H. Schultz and Kelly Vitti, that they are journalists in Sky and Telescope, and maybe it's an investigation from the 80s, and this article in Sky and Telescope, and this one is another article in Nature magazine. It's very interesting, the things that I found in this website. Here is one of the first seeing or watching pilot of helicopter that he recognized the different things in the terrains, and they start to think that this was impact of meteoritos. Here you have one from this pilot. Is the picture in this area where you have the first knock of the impact. This is very interesting. Isn't in the time where people from Nature came, they found a part of the terrain with dunes, and actually it's a picture from few years ago where the area is farmed, and you can see the border of the crater with vegetation. This was another picture from the border of the crater, from inside the crater, watching to the border of the crater, with an area that I showed earlier that is working for farming, of course. It's planted. And here you have many places of ponds, because you have a lower terrain where the water drain. I'm very interested in visit really this place, because this one are pictures that I found in internet, in Flickr, or it's very interesting to go really to feel this area of impacts. It's really interesting. Well, here is one of the pieces that were found, and have an side with small bright particles that are typical of young impacts. This is why 2 things that the people know, that where you can see in a flat terrain, this kind of crater, very, very flat, really low, deep crater, very long, and they know that it's no more it's not older than 10,000 years by the shape of the crater, because don't have more erosion, maybe it's in English, erosion, yes. Right. The particles that they found have this kind of, it's like a bright, small bright particles that is typical of the younger part of meteorito. It's they found that it's a kind of carbon meteorite, and maybe this meteorito make a contamination in an area, maybe in the center of Argentina in this time, that could kill many species in the area by the gas of the carbon of meteorito. It's very interesting that how impact something so simple like a small meteorite, and I'll show you later where is the city and the size of the city comparing with the size of the crater. Well, this is the experiment where they comparing in a laboratory with a small impact. They know the shape of crater, and they determined that the angle was really closer. And well, another thing in my presentation, it's the work that we make with the foundation, where we are restoring the old observatory, and every year we participate of La Noche de los Libros, the night's book, and we work in showing as volunteer, showing to the people, especially to this Saturday night was Jupiter.
That's great.
A lot of people that we received Friday and Saturday. This was from Friday. Agostina is a specialist of the grove in stones and mineralogist, and she talked a lot about minerals, how can be minerals in another words, or how we know about minerals in another words, on the moon, for example. This is Agustin Mayese that worked with the telescope, and he learned in 2 hours the entire system on PMC-8 of Explore Scientific to work with the Mount Yexos 2. While here, more people watching Jupiter. This one is very interesting.
I love that.
You know, this is a meteorito. This is a meteorito.
Uh-huh.
Jorge Rusansky is one of our collaborators.
It's a big one.
Oh, yes, it's owner of this meteorito. In Argentina, you can sell or buy a meteorito, but you can be an owner only for educational purposes.
Oh, I see. So they do
Yes,
not allow
the meteorite is
private person
really
to buy or sell meteorites.
Yes, and here it's totally illegal. It's totally illegal in Argentina sell or buy meteoritos. meteoritos and fossils of real fossil of fossils. Yes, yes. It's very, it's something that of course, that the poor people need to sell in their, but was so corrupted the system for that many years ago, the government, I don't remember how many years ago, they tell, don't sell more, especially fossils. Maybe meteorito is totally forbidden, but they prefer, the government prefer, okay, it's only for museums, education, and it's okay. I don't know, but it's a great a great experience have to that in the foundation by this guy Jorge Rusansky, that is a specialist in asteroids and chemicals, and is a chemical engineer. And he have this, and he bring to us this for the kids to touch, think in the sensation of a kid touching a meteorite from the space, from another worlds. It's amazing, and this is something that really we enjoy, and a lot of kids came to our stand to enjoy this, and this kind of things don't have price. It's much better than sail a meteorite. And here is Jorge Rusansky. Jorge worked in the time that the observatory functions 100%. This guy is a legend, and for us, is a treasure that because he knows every part of the things that we have in the observatory, in the old observatory, and today he is a great support to us, because he explained a lot of things, and when we make this kind of events, he loved to teach to the kids these things, and this is amazing. Jorge Rusansky is a legend. Here is the director of the observatory, my friend Santiago Mayese. Wow. Here is the mount.
How many people came to this event? It looks like a lot.
Yes, maybe this is 4 blocks in a part of the street where you have a running way, a running place to make and the mayor of the city make this from I don't know how many years ago, and every year they put 4 blocks full of stands of store books or libraries and educational programs or foundations or groups like us. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's over 20,000 people.
Wow.
It's over because the entire city came, and this is the entire night. It's really, I don't know how many people we attend with the telescopes.
Yeah.
No, it's incredible.
Yeah, you just lose count.
Yes. As our observatory is full of interesting things that every day we found between the things, and we found this one that is a suite for for working a volcano maybe, and we had the idea when one of our members to put the suite and play with the kids, with the people. The kids was amazing because maybe the younger kids thought that, oh, an astronaut, here, and was so fun and the kind of, when the kids are going, wow, you're an astronaut. It's so of course that we explain that it's not an astronaut. It's, well, for the older kids, of course, that they were more interested. This is not an astronaut suite. What is this? Was a lot of fun we have with the astronaut suites. And here is the explorer scientific work in the entire night with a, I don't know, maybe this file was around, I don't know, maybe 3,000 people.
Wow.
coming and say, how many hours we are? Yes, we watch Jupiter. A lot of time. Really was so fun. So grateful from the people. Here is like the
that's great outreach. Thank
yeah,
you.
yes. All the lights are the entire the program, and I'll show you fastly where is the city of Rio Cuarto to compare how dangerous is what the asteroids, the meteor came from the sky 10,000 years ago, or maybe 2,000 years ago.
Yes.
Compare the size of this in this city.
Yeah, the NASA information about the impact of those that made those craters say that it was, many times the power that made the meteor crater in Arizona, and many times the power of that leveled the forest in Tunguska.
Yes, was terrible because maybe sometimes when the angle is small, the area is more dangerous or more aggressive. It's very interesting.
So you
I
don't
don't
want to
know.
be standing in its way, that's for sure.
Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank you. It's
Okay.
fascinating to know about these impact craters, or what's also called an astroblem. We have an astroblem I'm here in Arkansas. We have one in Oklahoma, within driving distance. So, and it's not very well known, but it's there. Thank you so much, Cesar. That's great.
It's a pleasure. Thank you to the all audience too.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Good night.
Cesar, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you to us. Thank you.
Okay. Well, up next is Bob Denny. Bob is famous for lots of things that have to do with computing, but also he is an avid astronomer and loves the night sky, and he loves sharing the technology of what can be done with telescopes. And so thanks for coming on to Global Star Party. It's been
My
a little
pleasure.
while. It's been a little while.
It has been a while, indeed.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And Cesar, that was really wonderful. I very heartwarming. In fact, all of the previous presenters, really nice. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time this evening. I am more of a technologist than I am an astronomer. Scott and I met many years ago. I will go through a sequence of old stories first before I get into the technology side of what I want to talk about, beginning with showing you a picture of someone that David Levy mentioned earlier, who is Mr. Jim Scotty. Let me just put his picture up here. Can you see him now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's Jim.
When David was describing the discovery of SL9, he mentioned that the first person he called was Jim Scotty, who I met probably 5 years later. This was anyway, right when the discovery occurred was in 75, right? Is that right? Am I getting that date right, or 74? I forget. No, 95 or 94. Which one was it?
No, it was 93, March 23rd, 1993.
Okay, so that means 7 years later, I met Jim. 6 years later, in '99, at a chance visit to Kitt Peak. I had ended and sold a company and had moved to Arizona, and just went up to Kitt Peak by myself one night and ended up in the cafeteria and ended up talking to Jim and some other people at the table. I didn't go to the visitor center. I just went to the cafeteria anyway. And he invited me over to the Space Watch telescope, gave me a tour and a technical tour, and told me how their drift scanning worked and showed me how it all worked. And it was fascinating. And that's what sucked me into astronomy. So Jim Scotty, thank you so much for providing that magnetic force that I used to live below Kitt Peak when I was in college at a place called 3 Points or Robles Junction, and we could look up at Kitt Peak, but I didn't ever give it that much thought. I was an electrical engineer. Anyway, so thank you, Jim Scotty, for that. And David, your path crossed with his before mine. Now let me stop that screen share and come back to you all. The next thing I want to tell you about, another short story, was I met David at the Rockin' Cross Ranch in Paulden, Arizona. I don't remember why I ended up there. Stevie and I and her little white dog went up, and we saw David speak up there. And then the biggest, wettest, noisiest, vicious thunderstorm moved in there, ruined our dinner, and we ended up driving out in my big truck. I had a big F-150 or F-250 diesel truck, and the water was up 3/4 of the way up the tires, and we drove out of there and drove all the way back to Mesa where we lived. And it was a really crazy thunderstorm, but that's where I met David, was up there giving a lecture. And then my next story, David eventually became one of my customers. I'm not going to say anything more about my own software, but he became one of my customers, and I ended up down at his house in Vail visiting he, Wendy, and Carolyn Shoemaker. And we ended up out in David's observatory. Carolyn was working his 16-inch Meade Schmidt camera with film in it and manually guiding with the hand box. She had a guide scope. She was staring into the guide scope and guiding these long exposures to film. And I remember her saying, I
Put that in the fridge. What? I'm going to bring one of my things.
What am I hearing?
I had a cookie.
Come on.
Yeah, let's.
I don't think that's me.
What? What?
That's mine.
Hey, John,
Oh,
No.
can
There we
somebody mute him?
I did.
Okay, so anyway, rewind just a little bit, and in her soft voice, Carolyn mumbled, and I remember this, I so love doing this. And she's sitting there guiding to that with that scope. It was enchanting. And so I had a chance to meet Carolyn. I met David. I met Jim Scotty, who was a key person in my getting into astronomy. So all of you, thank you. Jim's still around. Of course, David. So that's just an aside. What I wanted to do tonight for the rest of my presentation is talk a little bit about what I've been working on along with two other colleagues, Peter Simpson and Daniel Van Noord. We're trying to make things move on from, you may have heard of ASCOM. It's a universal protocol and technology for connecting applications like, NINA, SVG, ACP, all the astronomy programs, connecting those to the instruments, the focusers, the telescopes. And it's done in a way that is a universal connect. So anyone who's writing an application can write to one universal interface and then address any of the telescopes out there. So, but it's a Windows technology. It started 20 years ago. So a few years ago, we decided to go for the next generation of that. And that evolved as standards do over a period of a few years. But I want to share with you the primary, nothing really technical about it, but just the primary objectives. So let me share that screen with you, which is this. Are you able to see this
Yes.
website here? Okay.
Yes.
And if you want to go there, you can go to www.ascom-alpaca.org. So it's the next generation of ASCOM. And what we try to do is solve the biggest problems with astronomy connectivity, which is just a connectivity, another universal connectivity technology. And again, I'm not going to get into the blood and guts of it, but the biggest problem, if you read through, cloudy nights anywhere, you'll find one after another thread that starts out, I can't get XYZ software to work. Every time I push this button, or it's acting weird or whatever. Well, did you check the ASCOM platform? Did you update Windows? What the heck, this, that, or the other. And it'll go on and on and on and on. And it very often ends with, oh, I changed my USB cable and that fixed it. Or I changed my USB hub, that fixed it. So USB connectivity is probably the biggest source of pain for astronomy technology out there. So one of our objectives is to eliminate USB. How do we do that? I'll tell you. The other thing is, if it's not USB, well, I got this ASCOM driver from Joe Schmo in Boulder Creek, California, and he tried to make this work with the Wiebel-Fetzer focuser, but it only works part of the time, and the driver, or I don't have the right driver, and especially with cameras, which one should I use, blah, blah. And the ASCOM drivers are a pain in the neck, oftentimes. And when they work, it's great, but there are some that aren't all that well developed or created, and they're problematic. They have quirks, things like that. So that's another pothole. So what we tried to do is create a new standard that eliminates both of those things. That's the end game. Now there's steps leading up to it. And again, I'm going to stay away from the technological progression from the old to the new. I just want to tell you where we want it to be in the long run. And that is self-contained devices that sit out there and all by themselves, they speak a universal protocol that the application can talk straight to over a network connection, not USB. So an application, I don't want to favor any particular one. So I'll just say like Nina or SGP or ACP or SharkApp. There's a lot of them out there. Those apps would talk not to an ASCOM driver, which then uses USB to connect to the GizWiz. They would talk via a very well-known, not high-tech, very well-known network protocol directly to the device. And I'm going to show you some examples of that in a minute. And the app here, can you see my my mouse here?
Yes. It's small,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm waving it around here on the on-ramp for astronomy apps. Mm-hmm. An app can talk to a self-contained device by virtue of the probably well-known chooser. It happens to have extra stuff in it now that will connect an existing ASCOM speaking application on Windows, such as Nina, SGP, whatever. It will connect directly to one of these networked Alpaca devices. No driver, no USB. Okay, and then The flip side of that is if you have a device that has an ASCOM driver on Windows, an application, and I'll show you a few, that speaks alpaca can talk to that ASCOM device without them having to modify it. So basically, we provided an on-ramp from an app like that exists today and doesn't need to be modified. You can talk to the newer alpaca devices without having to change the app. Eventually, we hope they will, but we provided a bridge that way, and we provided a bridge the other direction, which will make any ASCOM device have an alpaca personality. So an alpaca speaking app can talk to it. So we've tried to create things both ways, and that second thing is called ASCOM Remote. So let me show you a few things that are out there now that already exist. The Boltwood Cloud Sensor is driverless, self-contained. It's the old Boltwood Cloud Sensor, but instead of having a driver and USB, it has its own built-in alpaca network interface. So anything that speaks an ASCOM observing conditions and safety monitor can use that chooser and find that. It'll discover it out on the network and connect it up. And without changing anything in the app, you can now use this new cloud sensor. Pegasus has pretty much gone all in for alpaca. I'll show you a couple of things right now that are self-contained, driverless, and Ethernet and Wi-Fi that you don't need a driver and you don't need USB. You talk, again, using the chooser interface that I showed you, you can talk straight to this Pegasus rotator, and it's, it just works. So that's pretty cool. The people at Dark Dragons have gone all in on alpaca. They have several devices. This is a roll-off roof controller, and it uses the standard ASCOM or alpaca interface to control it, and you can talk to it from any Windows app. But it's self-contained, and it's driverless, and it uses Ethernet. Sky Safari on the iPad has alpaca built in. So this is the flip side now. If you have, for example, an Explore Scientific has an ASCOM driver for their telescopes, Sky Safari doesn't need any dongle or any adapter, nothing. It has alpaca built in. By firing up and the ASCOM remote adapter, the on-ramp I showed you, Sky Safari can control the Explore Scientific mounts with no dongles and no drivers and nothing like that. Well, there's a driver. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The Explorer mount does have an ASCOM driver on Windows. So but the ASCOM remote program puts an alpaca front end on that, and Sky Safari can talk to that directly. I don't know if you've heard of these people. This is Observatory Tech, Observatorio SOSE in Chile. They have 120 telescopes up there, and their weather service, they took the driver software development kit that we just did with Python. You don't need to use the Windows C#. The Python kit, they plugged it, put it on their Linux system, and offered alpaca observing conditions and safety monitor, and all of the Windows apps that are out there can talk to this, and it solved a huge problem that they had with distributing weather. And they were able to develop that special interface in Python in 2 days. The guys up there are really sharp. That's all it took them. From when I told them about the SDK, 2 days later, they said, we have it working. And right after that, a customer of mine that put us together on this deal said, yeah, I'm plugged into it now and it's working great. So that's a pretty big victory there. Patrick Chevalet has a program, SkyChart and Carte du Ciel. It speaks native alpaca. So any of those things that I showed you that speak native alpaca, the self-contained driverless, this program can talk to without any Windows involvement at all, but it can also talk to telescopes that are hosted on Windows through the ASCOM remote on-ramp. So that's there. Here's another Pegasus device that speaks Alpaca, self-contained driverless Ethernet and Wi-Fi. The people at Dark Dragons wrote an app for the iPad that speaks Alpaca and has the cover calibrator interface. So if your software, the app, knows about flip flats and all the other stuff that speak cover calibrator on ASCOM, this thing speaks Alpaca, and you can talk to it through the chooser I showed you, the other direction, and it becomes a flat panel. It turns your iPad into a variable brightness flat panel. And what they found, to their surprise, is the displays on these flat panels are very good for producing light for taking flats. So that's a cool idea. And it, no dongle, no drivers, driverless, no USB, all over the network using Alpaca. Here's another app that speaks native Alpaca that can, of course, use any Windows-hosted devices by virtue of the ASCOM remote on-ramp that goes the other direction. Again, those programs don't have to be, those devices don't have to speak native Alpaca. We hope they'll eventually go that way, but they have a bridge so that they're usable right now. All of the Optech devices speak Alpaca. Daniel Van Noord is their engineer, and he's one of the three guys that are my colleagues in doing all of this activity. And he has done some amazing work. Again, I don't have the time, or it's probably the wrong audience to go into the technical details, and Peter Simpson and he are the other my two primary colleagues on this. They do most of the heavy lifting nowadays, actually. Carte du Ciel CCD, I should mention, cameras can speak Alpaca as well. And Peter Simpson developed a high-speed image transfer protocol that goes along with it. So it is actually practical. It's not as fast as, the triple whiz bang USB, I don't know what, but that has to go straight into memory and all that. But it's plenty fast for most uses. It will not, one thing ASCOM does not have is video, the high speed, multi frames per second. We don't have a format for that or an interface for that. But for capturing stare images like this software can use an ASCOM speaking camera via the on-ramp, or if a camera wanted to become self-contained, driverless, it would speak to that. This is a whole Alpaca-based observatory system. I don't have the time to go through all of it, but and if you go to this website, when you click any of these images, you'll go straight to the, let me just do, that's kind of right straight to the actual website for that. So another Dragon light, this will also control a panel for flat lights. That's kind of like the iPad thing I showed you. Han Klein built a sky simulator, which is a simulated camera that you can speak to with Alpaca. And last but not least, I developed a Python package so that if you want to write a program to speak to any Alpaca device, control a telescope or focuser or both or whatever, you can import this, and it makes everything really simple, 1 or 2 line calls. So, for example, a simple, I don't know, I should just quick start here. To talk to a telescope, this is mostly print statements here, and you can run this and slew a telescope, and that's as simple as it gets. So you don't have to think about any of the network stuff or any of that. It's all abstracted. So that pretty much shows you the showcase. If you click tech, it will take you to a more technical, much deeper, informative thing about Alpaca and how you can, the various ways that it can be applied, and all of the gory details of it. And finally, for talk, we have a forum that will where you can join and talk about it and ask questions and so forth. There's also a developer side of this that if you want to develop, that group is the Driver and Application Development Support Forum. So that's about it. And about will take you to the main ASCOM website, which there's more information than you probably would ever want to know about. I haven't been paying attention. I don't think I've gone over 15 minutes. In fact, I might be able to help Scott recover a little bit of the time that's been lost.
Okay.
I think that is about as deep as I should or can go without getting into a whole nother level. So I don't think it's we can take a Q&A, or if somebody has one or two questions that they want to put up on the I've got the YouTube.
Jeff Wise says that you're his hero. So
who does? Oh, Jeff Wise. Oh, yeah, he's one of the Dark Dragons guys.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And I have a question right away.
Sure.
More of a comment than a question. When you first came out to our site, I'll never forget this. You were sitting out in the observatory with me, and Carolyn was there, and Wendy came out, and you said, "I'm not here to teach you how to use ACP," which was and is the software you've developed. You said, "I'm here to teach Wendy how to use it."
I forgot
nothing about this.
Sounds like
You're going
me.
to teach me how to use it, and you said yes, and you did. And I've never forgotten that night. We've been friends ever since.
Yeah, well, that was a wonderful visit. It's something I will never, ever forget.
And I will never forget your wonderful presentation tonight. It was worth staying late for.
Well, thank you very much, David. I really appreciate it. So
there is a
with
question.
that, I
There is a
should.
question.
Oh, you can see him, Scott. You can tell me what.
Yeah.
How does
This is Joey Troy. He's watching on YouTube, and he says, "How does alpaca
deal with the Raspberry Pi?"
Devices connected to an RPI sending data.
Joey, I developed both the SDK, which I didn't show you about, the software development kit for Alpaca in Python, and also the Alpaca client library kit, which you can use to write Python programs to speak to Alpaca devices. Both of those were developed on our Raspberry Pi. So it's fine. I actually ran Visual Studio Code on the Raspberry Pi, did all of the unit testing for Alpaca, and yeah, it's slowish. And this is a Raspberry Pi 4B running the Bulldog 64-bit Bulldog, and I didn't have it just ran. I mean, I haven't yet put it into the public outreach website I showed you all, but there's a project that just popped up on Cloudy Nights a few days ago, where a guy has put an entire focuser with Alpaca, the whole protocol stack, on an ESP32, which I just think is amazing. He did it in C++, and that's a tiny little chip, really kind of like pre-PDP-11 almost. So that's pretty cool. I wish I could bring it up. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm not sure I can find it on Cloudy Nights. It might not be that easy. I'm trying to find it right now, but no, it's, in fact, Cloudy Nights is dogging now, so never mind. Anyway, that's the answer to that. I don't know what Wi-Fi 6, it doesn't matter what Wi-Fi. This is all just plain TCP/IP networking. So Wi-Fi 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, whatever. I did have one question in a previous appearance that I had, where somebody asked if more than one thing can be on Wi-Fi at once. I hope that doesn't that just, I didn't even know what to say with that, because everyone in their house has usually a bunch of stuff on Wi-Fi, right? So that's not the issue. Let's see. That's it. Anyway, I think Joey Troy, he just wrote me today or yesterday for other information. I pointed it to some stuff, so I recognize the name. So anyway, I think I've covered this, and I wish I could find this, but I cannot find it right now. It's up here somewhere.
Probably forums, astrophoto.
I'm looking in at Cloudy Night, astronomy, software, and computers, and I know it's in here, but I'm just flaming out because I'm under pressure and I can't find it says ESP32 and alpaca in it, but that, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Boom.
Beautiful.
All right. So I'll share that with you. This just came up, if I have time. Am I running over time, Scott?
We're generally running over time, but I would say no.
Okay, this
Not
won't
you.
take but a few seconds. This is what just came up today, and that is passed. I just almost passed the alpaca conform test. That's pretty close. So here's his setup page that this is from an ESP32. I don't know if some of you probably aren't familiar with them, but they're extremely cheap, very small, weak little chip things and he's got the whole thing working. I think that's what that thing looks like. And there it is. And it's just amazing that he got the whole alpaca protocol stack and the setup forms working on it. So this is, there's a lot of progress coming.
Does that work with that's a complete wireless system in tandem with your focuser, so you control everything at the keyboard?
Well,
or on your little computer.
You speak, this thing would be embedded in the focuser.
Nice.
There'd be no keyboard or anything like that on the focuser.
Direct.
You'd have, this is why his thing is driverless, USB-less, Wi-Fi. And so from Nina, for example, and I only want to use that because as far as I know, it's by far the most popular out there just because it's free, right? So from Nina, this thing would be running somewhere on your network, on your Wi-Fi or whatever. From Nina, you'd bring up the chooser, you'd find this thing, the chooser would find this focuser and give you, my fancy alpaca focuser. You'd click that, bang, it creates a bridge from ASCOM to alpaca, and you now can use that from Nina. Without the Nina people having to put actual alpaca code inside Nina. I'm hoping that these people will include it, and the ASCOM platform has all the alpaca support in their libraries. So the heavy lifting's already been done for the application programmers at that end, and we're just hoping they'll follow up. And we're just trying to create demand with that public outreach site that I showed you. We're trying to create demand from people, from astronomers, that this is out there and you need to talk to your suppliers and tell them this is what you want. We want to get rid of USB and we want to get rid of drivers. And that's what we're trying to do.
That's right. I mean, the manufacturers do listen to the customers. So
that's where it comes from. They don't listen to us. You guys are just making our lives on this.
That's right.
The less you have to do, the better,
Right. Nobody wants to do anything unless there's unless it's going to help their customers do things better and put them in a better position as a result of it. And so that's the right approach.
Amazing. Today, what we have compared to the original people who started out, the tools are getting better and better every monthly.
Incredible. And part of the reason that that's the case is that they can focus, the people writing the applications can focus on their applications and not have to write special code for every mount out there. Can you imagine a new mount comes up on the market next week? Oh no, it speaks bizblop, # hash, this, that, and the other. We got to go put more code in our app to handle this new mount that doesn't act like anything else, or worse, something, and sorry, Scott, but this is one of the biggest pains in the neck, is something that says they're LX200 compatible.
Oh, right.
So, and that's like, if any of you remember the Hayes modem protocol.
Yeah.
So that's the same level.
No, it's
stupidity.
No,
live in the dark ages on that.
Well, Bob, I'm pretty sure those that are watching, this is the most interesting part of tonight's Global Star Party, because everyone wants to know how to get the gear working, and a lot of folks spend a lot of time. Why doesn't my stuff connect? And you've given some insight into why it connects, why it doesn't. So
that's right.
Hopefully you'll be able. Sure. I'll speak for Scott and all the rest of us. Hopefully you'll be able to come back on the show and share a little more. Whatever other info you
Bob
can.
Is always welcome.
I think people nowadays want to eat this up.
Yes, for sure.
Well, right. That's what that public outreach site is for, is to alert people that we've been working for years to try to solve these problems. But it's going to take action on the part of the people who write the software and the people who build the devices to use this technology to make that come true. We can't do it all ourselves.
That's right. Takes the whole community. Okay, well, Bob, thank you so much. And
you're most welcome.
Yeah, Maxie is in Argentina, and it's getting late over there, so we're going to let him jump in for about 5 minutes and share his latest images. Maxie, thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Sorry it's late here, so tomorrow I have to work, but thank you for giving me these 5 minutes to give a little short present of what I've been doing this couple of days ago. I was practicing again with planetary pictures of Jupiter, and like I said before, I was trying to capture Europa moon passing by in the back of Jupiter. So let me share my screen. Here. Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Great. It's going to be the 3rd anniversary of this eclipse in 2 days. Cesar. Well,
yes,
like I say, I was doing videos of Jupiter, and you can see there's a lot of videos here. 121 videos of 1 minute 1 minute each other, of 2 hours almost capturing. So I only work with the first is the third is first, and the result of what I get of this capture was this image that you can see. There's a lot of details of the storms on Jupiter and the equatorial bands. And here, this shiny circle is Europa, in almost passing behind Jupiter. So it's going to be an occultation, but then more later will be appear almost from here, because today John Gauss was talking about the shadows of Ganymede, but in this case was in Europa. So when it was all this direction, in almost here will going to appear again, because the shadow of Jupiter was covering up. So days later, last Friday night, I think. No, Friday night, I brought my equipment to a rural place. I went off my work, came here to my house, and then I put my little equipment, but travel almost 50 kilometers I was almost here. Yeah, I think it was there. So I have almost the north and the equatorial, sorry, the equatorial line without light pollution. So I give a chance a lot of objects, the Pleiades, before that Andromeda, but when I saw I don't like it, the capture that I get, I say, okay, I want to capture the three Marias, or las tres Marías, or the Orion Belt. And of course, in the field of view, you can see here's the Horsehead Nebula, the Flame Nebula, Mintaka, Alnitak, and Nilam stars. But also there's a lot of clouds, little clouds there. So when I process this for the first time, I get this result. Let me rotate this. Okay. And there's a lot of colors and details that came up from one single pictures of it was 1 hour and a half taking pictures of 1 minute, but a couple minutes ago I reprocessed this. Sorry, that's my phone. I have the sonar of the submarine. I processed this again, and I like it more because I get more high contrast than the another one. And this is the one-on-one field of view, and I really love to capture this. And I did this because thank you, Scott. And I did this because in a couple days it's going to be the anniversary of the World Cup win of Argentina, my country. So in our shield, escudo, I don't know how to say it in English, in our t-shirts of the national team, we have 2 stars. So now winning this World Cup, we have 3 stars in the signature of our team. So representing that, we have these 3 stars, Mintaka, Al-Nilam, and Al-Nitak. So they represent the 3 World Cup championship that Argentina won. So, well, for now, this is all for today. Thank you for, and I'm sorry for being shortly, but I hope that you like it. And well, and of course, thank you for inviting me, Scott. And guys, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Yes. And yeah, and special thanks to Daniel Higgins, who conceded a few minutes here. So
Muchas gracias, Dan.
Okay. All right. So up next is Daniel Higgins, and he is going to give us a wrap up of the Astropalooza event. How did it go?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Good.
I hear you just fine. Yes.
Awesome. It was awesome. But before I even start with that, I think I'd be remiss to say that yesterday, a member of Astroworld passed away yesterday.
Very sorry to hear that.
A member friend of mine, and you may know him. His name is Nigel Arnold, and he ran Hogarth Astrophotography on YouTube for quite a while.
Heard of him, yes.
And I'm going to put a slide up in a little bit, but
Sure.
Luca Matico from Luke Arnold. I'm sorry, Luke Newbold from Luca Matico started a GoFundMe page to get donations together for cancer research in the UK. So if anybody's interested, just hit up the GoFundMe page, and maybe we could do some good for cancer research.
Sure.
So anyway, that being said, Astropalooza was awesome. It was really good. We had 13 guests, and including yourself, Scott. We had actually, since I'll share my screen really quick. And let me see, give me 1 second. Get rid of that, get rid of that. And then we'll do response. Okay, and then quick play. There we go. All right. So that's the Nigel Arnold slide that I have. So if you're interested into donating to cancer research in the UK in memory of Nigel, feel free to hit the GoFundMe page there, and we could do some good for some people. So but Astropalooza was December 9th, which was, wow, it was 3 days ago already. Jeez, what just time
how time flies, huh?
Yeah, I mean, so we had some major guests: Trevor Jones, Dylan O'Donnell, Sean Nielsen. Unfortunately, had to go to his wife's birthday party, so he wasn't. I guess he forgot about it, and then he remembered. So
don't forget the birthday party.
So he had to go do his thing. Astro Stacey Doughton, you, Scott Roberts, Masters of Pix Insight, Charles Bracken, Dr. Sass, and we also had Filippo from Prima Luce Lab. We had a recorded video from him in Italy, and Tom and Clark and Omar, all from Prima Luce Lab, and Wayne Parker. So it was really a great event. It actually ended on time. But it's shocking, and as it may seem, it's so tough to run these things on time when you're doing live. But hey, it was a lot of fun. It was 8 hours. We did a lot of great giveaways. And Scott, if we have a second, maybe we could talk a little bit about Cosmos in the classroom in a minute. But just really quick, if you want to see any of the guests coming up in January, because we're starting to book up, and Bob, we're going to have you back on and talk about alpaca again. But January 10th, we got Nico Carver coming in from Nebula Photos. Maxie just told me he may have to reschedule, but right now he's on the 17th. Adrian Bradley on the 25th. And then we're going to be having Mabula Haverkamp from AstroPixel Processor upon the release of APP 2.0. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So we got some guests coming on board, and starting to book them up again. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
The viewers just learn a lot on these programs. I mean, you're really sharing all the fine details of some of these processes and techniques, and you undoubtedly have some incredible success stories. Do many beginners watch Astro World TV?
Yeah, so on Friday nights, we actually gear our night towards the newbies, kind of. And what we do, we usually start it off with a constellation. We do a north and a south, so not to offend people like our buddy Maxie and Caesar, who are down in the south. So so we do one in the north and one in the south, and it's really geared toward astrophotography. So I'll do one, and Eric will do one, and we flip flop every week, saying, okay, you know what? We did Pavo last week in the south, and we did, I think, Lyra in the north. We try and do it at the time where things are kind of in the sky, and relevant. Sure. And we pick a couple of targets and we throw them at that. And we also do a little mythology kind of history kind of thing on how the constellation became a constellation.
That's fun. Yeah. I wonder about that sometimes, I'm sure there was some psychotropic things involved in some of these constellations.
Yeah, it was called pipe rust back then. And they actually got it from drinking water, and they just all got high.
From water.
From water, yeah. When they didn't figure out about pipes rusting, and they started doing pipes made out of rusting metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
So, but hey, but it's a lot of fun. We do a lot of it, and some of the stories that we really probably geared towards either Arabic or Greek mythology, and sometimes a little Roman. But it's really cool, some of the stories out there regarding like Cetus and all the Herculean.
And the drama that's in some of it too.
Oh, it's crazy.
Right.
It's a lot of fun though. But
very cool. Very cool. Well, great. Well, thank you for coming on. Thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun, and we'll have to participate at a future Astropalooza.
So and
I'm gonna have to drag you to Starmus. You need to go. You.
Where is that?
Starmus.
Where is it?
It's in Slovakia.
I thought it was out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just got to get your passport ready and fly
I got
into Vienna.
I got a passport. That's not a problem.
All right. So you fly into Vienna.
Okay.
And it's about, I think it's a 50-minute ride from Vienna.
No problem. My wife would love it.
Yeah. If you like,
and you
like
know
music, you like, astronomy and science, you're gonna love this.
Well, I've been threatening everybody on Astroworld for years on getting Brian May to come on, and I've been pummeling his agent for 2 years. I was like the guy from what was it? Shawshank Redemption, sending a letter a week until they gave him what he wanted.
A week until something happens.
So pretty soon it's going to fall to Dave.
Off.
I'm going to go to Dave Eicher, and I'm going to start pummeling him his email. So,
right.
But
well, good. Well, thank you so much. And
yeah, and just real quick, the next time I come on, maybe next week. I know we're running late in time already, so maybe next week we talk about Cosmos in the classroom.
Well, let's just take a minute right now. Okay. Cosmos in the Classroom is a project that kind of was born out of a donation that we gave at Starmus while we were in Armenia, and I went to I told the organizer Garrick Israelian. I said, I'm going to donate a 10-inch telescope to the Starmus group, and how do you want to give it away? And he came up with the idea. He said, let's give it away to a school. And so that really got my gears turning, because for years I have heard people complain in astronomy clubs about the graying of the hobby, and here here I am getting gray. Okay. I never complained about the graying of the hobby, because Galileo started his hobby when he was 45. Okay.
Yeah.
So, right. And he gave some of the first star parties and stuff. So it is kind of that's about the right age to start serious amateur astronomy, I think, but it is very important to educate and expose young people to science.
Yeah.
Because we don't know where it's going to take them. We don't know, they've got big problems in their generation that they're going to have to deal with. They've got our baggage that we've handed them, and they've got they need in many cases a brilliant solution. And those brilliant solutions are going to come from methods of science, and so an introduction to the root of all sciences, astronomy, that's a great way to go. And It's so accessible. It is the gateway to scientific literacy. And so
final frontier.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's right. And so, Garrick arranged for me to give this telescope away to a local school in Yerevan, Armenia, and the school the fanfare of this was just off the hook. There was the Ministry of Education was there, people from, I think, Congress were there, You know, all of the high school students, they were lined up on both sides of the road, leading up to the front door of the school, singing songs from the school, you know, in their native language and everything. It was beautiful. And we ended up signing the telescope and giving it away to, but more importantly, it was given to a school with a educator that would sustain the program, you know, because Dan, you and I talked about this.
Yep.
You know, so many scopes end up in closets, not just with amateur astronomers and families, but with schools and universities and stuff. There's got to be thousands of telescopes that are kind of collecting dust somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they should be looking at the stars. So, we felt that donating to the school was a very effective means of getting young people exposed to science and to astronomy. And so that is the Cosmos in the Classroom idea. Dan immediately you know, connected with me on this idea. And you know, you're out there looking for a worthy school and a worthy place to give this telescope away. So that is our Cosmos in the Classroom idea. And, you know, you're the first one to do it in the United States.
Yeah, so if anybody out there that's watching us now that wants their school to be even selected or you know, want to request it, feel free to hit me up on my email at dan@astroworldtelescopes.com, and we'll start a conversation. So there's going to be a lot of people involved. Only one is given away, so I mean, you know, hit me up on email.
But it should.
Scott, I remember us talking a little bit about this idea, and it's cool to see that you and Dan
taking off.
have actually got some traction. So
yes.
So Dan, I may be giving you a call. I need to talk to all of the astronomy organizations that we've got here in Michigan, Southeast Michigan, and see if there may be some candidates for doing this sort of thing. I know we have we do the giveaways at some of our star parties. We do the telescopes, and we've got you know, one of my clubs, you know, gets donations to give away. But then an ASI Air, for instance, went to a gentleman, and he came up and told me he wasn't sure what it was or what he was going to use it for.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a prime example of getting this gear into younger hands and then teaching how to use it.
That's right. A
is,
lot of
is definitely something that needs to be done.
The format of donating a telescope to a star party or to a club for their annual banquet or something like that, it's exciting, okay? But often the winners already have telescopes, okay?
Yeah.
And they already have gear, all right? And
very true.
Right? And so
next thing you know, you see it selling
more
on
the
cloudy
same
nights.
sometimes. or
Dan,
doubling
you
up.
have some gear, right?
Yeah. So let's get it out to the schools, to the kids, to youth, and you know, change some things here. So I think that's
and
absolutely
not
very
that, help
excited
them
about
use
it. Yeah, very excited, and it's really got to be a school that's actually going to, you know, like Scott said, maintain the program, because you know, there's too many times and too many telescopes, and even I personally have given scopes to schools that, and it was my own school, and
ouch.
And I gave them a telescope. Hey, I want to donate this to the school. So, oh, great, we need this. We have a great. They did nothing with it at all. It's probably, you know, like it's kind of like, you know, it reminds me of, remember the basement in the Breakfast Club where the guy's going through the files and everything and trying to find out stuff on the teachers? Probably stuck in a corner of that file room in the basement
behind
somewhere.
the filing cabinet.
Yeah. Or maybe in the filing cabinet, depending how big it was.
That's right. Yeah.
But
that's right.
but I'm super
diagonal
excited about it, Scott. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And
really
if anybody
appreciate
knows anybody, hit me up. and donate to the GoFundMe for Nigel. So
Great. Okay. All right.
thanks.
That's great. Okay. So, up next, who is up next? We're going to skip the 10-minute break here, and Marcello Souza is up next. Marcello? There he is. You're muted right now, Marcello.
Okay, I'm here. I want to change this effect here. That's, I don't know what is this.
There we
Okay,
go.
I'm back. Hi. Thank you for the invitation, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Marcello, I know that we're getting close to having another issue of Skies Up magazine, and you could certainly talk about that. But does Brazil have impact craters in your country?
We have astroblems here, but we have seats around and inside. Then only because you have a part of Brazil, you have forests, rainforests, in Amazon.
Oh,
then
right.
they found some astroblems there, but you have forests. Then they can't analyze anything there. And also we have here in Rio de Janeiro. I'm trying to change this. I don't know what I did with. I don't know how to change. Here in Rio de Janeiro, they found astroblem here, also in the urban region, and it's very difficult to do anything here, because you have a lot of people living there. You have seats. Then we don't have one big crater that like in Arizona, that you have in Arizona, in United States,
Sure.
in other countries. Here we don't have this. It's very different from what you have in other countries. We have a few also meteorites found here in Brazil.
Well, yeah, the guy saw a meteorite fall in his
Yes, but
yard there.
it's something that is very, very difficult to happen here, because I have a history about this. We received the information. I think that before the pandemic, 2018, 2019, before the pandemic, one small village here, they saw a bolide.
Okay.
And the windows of the houses, they have an explosion, and the window of the house begin to shake.
Yeah, from the sonic boom.
Yeah, because of the sonic boom. Then we visited this village. That is, I think that's 2 hours from here, where I live here in campus. It's not so far, 1 hour and a half maybe. And because the road is not a good road, and you don't have asphalt in part of the road, then we visited the place. And the difficult to find something there, because you have the small village and there are forests around. Then only if someone saw something falling on the floor, or was in the urban place, that was very small place, it's very difficult to find. It's very difficult to find something like this when you have forests, because you have here big trees, and in the soil you have leaves, a lot of leaves. Then it's very difficult to find something there. We tried during 2 days to find something, but we didn't find. Then these kinds of histories that we have here. I visited many places that people said that they saw probably a rock that looks like a meteorite. I received many here, but generally they are not meteorites. I'll share my screen here. I want
Okay.
to show something. It will be not a long presentation. And let me see. Today, I think. Sorry a moment. I need to do. This is a old picture, but before I share, I learned that share sounds, because I will show something that was a big impact for me. I saw. Do you remember this picture? I found this picture. I think
Oh
that
yeah, I remember
you
that
and
guy.
it's John Schwartz that's here. I don't think, because I think that's him. When I was in United States in an event that you organized.
Yes, this was a Starlight Festival. That's right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
in Big
found it.
Bear.
Yes, this. I found this pic because I was looking for old emails. I found this. We organized an event last week to see Jupiter and Saturn and Jupiter. They are fantastic. Next year, I think that will not be possible to see the rings. Then we need to organize it until when it's possible the observation of Saturn this year. Now we have a partnership with NASA, that's Nepal Astronomical Society.
Mm-hmm.
We begin to develop project together, and this is the day where the sun was overhead here. You can see we don't have shadows here in the sun. There was a moment just behind me, below me here, you see the shadow. No? Then we organize an event to show for the population this.
Ele
They
está
produce
sempre presente em boa parte.
Sol a report
Não
in Brazilian
sei,
TV.
faço a mínima ideia.
Muito
quente,
about this moment.
Não sei. O Sol Capino nada mais é do que uma expressão popular para um fenômeno astronômico peculiar, chamado Sol de Zênite, que descreve o ponto mais alto do céu, ou seja, quando o Sol está exatamente acima das nossas cabeças.
Só acontece aqui na nossa cidade, aqui no centro de Campos, e
downtown,
todas as regiões
with
entre os
the
trópicos,
telescopes,
2 vezes por ano. Então, por exemplo, quem
to show
vive lá
for
na
the
Argentina
population
nunca vê o sol a pino. Quem está nos Estados Unidos
moment.
nunca vê o sol a pino. A gente que tem essa oportunidade só 2 vezes por ano, porque o sol vai iluminando o trópico de Câncer ao trópico de Câncer. Nesse caminho, ele passa a
had the
oportunidade de
opportunity
estar
to
iluminando
organize this
diretamente a
event.
nossa latitude aqui.
Dentro da cidade, com distribuição de óculos para visualizar o Sol de forma segura.
É o único momento no
Then this was an event that we organized this day, and the other day we had this, the rainbow. That was a
Beautiful.
fantastic
Double rainbow.
Double rainbow, yes. The second one you have the inverted colors, in relation of the first one.
Is this the same mall where you have the you were hosting the star parties during the pandemic?
Yes.
Yeah.
The same shopping where
Yeah.
we organizing the drive-in.
Yeah,
of
that was
astronomy.
great. That was a wonderful idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if I said here, the shopping received a prize for this. They were selected for the second best event of all Brazilian shopping centers.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
And
Yeah.
the first time that a scientific project received this prize in a shopping center. And here it was the picture for me that was fantastic that I took using a telescope from the Las Cumbres Observatory. That is the Horsehead Nebula. And now I two things that I remember when I talk about impacts. For me, this was the most fantastic one that I saw reports. That was the Chelyabinsk meteor in Russia.
Yes.
That was something fantastic. I think that before and after, I never read a report of an impact like this. And now we know that the asteroid or meteorite that was responsible for this have had between 17 and 20 meters. And the other one that was a fantastic event was the Tunguska event that happened in the beginning of the 20th century. That was I think that's the biggest asteroid that hit the Earth from the beginning of the 20th century until today. And this is the video, that is fantastic video. I found old videos that show what happened there. I think that this was very special moments, no? And the sonic boom was big.
They
a
had
big
so many
sonic.
videos because all the video cameras inside the cars.
Yes, in Russia they have inside the car. And it happened in a moment that we have a lot of cars in the streets. It was not in the middle of the night.
Look at that.
It's something amazing. No?
Yeah, brighter than the sun.
I think that was the biggest one in the. I think that's.
В небе над городом Челябинском
Sorry,
был.
I got here with the sonic boom.
Он упал кто-то, да? Ебать! Ебать, а! Что это за хуйня? Никит, что это такое? Бомбардировка, нахуй! Артподготовка, блин! Да не сын, пока еще ничего нету. Артподготовка это. Ебать!
Что такое? Mas something fun. And they found the many meteorites here. This is the one of them that they found.
Oh yeah.
And they
Look at the
recovered.
fusion crust on the outside is beautiful. That's a beautiful meteorite.
Yeah. They found many after this. And the other one was this impact that I think that didn't hit the surface, but it exploded above the surface, and it was responsible for one of the biggest natural explosions caused by a meteorite. Because destroyed millions of trees in Russia in 1908, the Tunguska events. That was the biggest one. So here, many of the trees destroyed, and they heard the sonic boom very far from the place of the explosion. This was the biggest one. And we are organizing now, we begin the organization of our international event that will happen in April 11, 13, 2024, here in our city in Brazil. Everybody is invited to be here with us. We'll be after the eclipse, then who can participate will be very welcome here. And now I have a sad news to say, because here I was a picture here in Paris in the opening ceremony of the International Year of Astronomy, and with me here we have Suresh Bhattari from Nepal, and the Gernot Meiser and his wife Pascale Demy, and unfortunately he passed away last Friday, and he was a fantastic person, one of the most fantastic person that I have met. Here he in our city with his wife, he made a fantastic presentation, and I organized last year. We had a online program with him, and I chose short parts of this to honor him. I show these videos.
Yeah, the most interest I have got as a child, I was 10 years old, and so I was very interested in the astronauts. They just was walking on the moon for the first time. And so as all the kids like me, they interested in astronomy and space race and so on. And so start the first motivation from the astronauts. Yeah, and then I was interested in science very early, and we have here in Europe, in Germany, a young science contest, and so I started observing eclipses. So there was partial eclipses from the sun, and so I built a telescope and took the first photos. And I was winning prizes for my work, and so this was the biggest motivation during this time. It's difficult to say how many eclipses I've already saw. So it's about 35, 36 total eclipses and a few annular eclipses and a lot of partial eclipses. So my first eclipse, I told you before, was going to Kenya in Africa, and one of the last eclipses I saw was in Indonesia. I would like to give to the following generations, but the main thing what I want to say is keep your eyes open and look for details in the nature. Look to the stars and not so fast like today everything is running. Take time to observe or just enjoy the nature, and I don't know it's the right word. Eager means
Excited.
Yeah. So just open the eyes in everything what you do.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Scott. And
yeah, thank you. Thank you for the memory of Gurno. He was a friend to many. I met him on a few occasions, both here in the States and in Germany. And very gentle soul, this guy. But he and his wife lived a life of adventure. He showed me star parties, stargazing events he gave to indigenous African tribes. He really embodied the mission and vision of someone that does astronomy outreach to an extreme degree, and so he'll be missed. And I was sad to hear. I learned from you, Marcello, and I'm sorry I missed your message from Friday, but yeah, he will be missed. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So up next is
I think I'm up next.
Adrian Bradley. Yes, that's right. Adrian, how are you?
Doing good. As always, I'm glad to be here. This time, I'm glad that I was able to participate not only at the beginning and chop it up with some of the first shift, But as always, I'm always glad to be a part of the late shift. For those of you watching, I will try and blaze through as an imager that primarily works with a DSLR and a tripod. Impacts aren't something that I typically image unless I'm imaging the moon. And Robert Reeves has already done such a wonderful job explaining the various impacts, the names of some of those craters we've given, and how those things came to be. I wanted to think out of the box, Scott, and I wanted to talk about another type of impact that hits astronomy, especially astronomy enthusiasts, in a way that stops a lot of astronomers from wanting to go outside. And as I share my screen,
Adrian,
yeah,
can I want to say something? I saw a message that you posted in Facebook a few days ago. Congratulations! I think that you are a baseball player. Is this also?
yes, I
Yes.
play at an amateur league.
And you are in the Hall of Fame now, is
And
this?
I'm in the Hall of Fame for that league. Yes,
Congratulations!
So,
congratulations!
thank you, Marcello. I think you posted to that. So for those that don't know, one of my hobbies is also baseball, and I made it to the Hall of Fame in one of our leagues.
wow.
I played for some 20 odd years. So astronomers, always find something you can do that you enjoy that'll get you out of the house, exercise. Hiking is something I've had an eye on, especially with my gear. If I want to go somewhere and take an image somewhere out in nature, hiking to that place is one of the things I've thought of doing. Now, it's not for the faint of heart, because like this background picture I have, it's dark out there, and you have to have your flashlight, and you have to be prepared and keep your wits about you. But what I'll do is share my screen, and here we go. As I was mentioning, cloudy skies have often turned around many a would-be visual astronomer, imager, landscape astronomer. Landscape imaging and doing wide field gives you an opportunity to take advantage of the cloudy skies. One of the reasons that I jumped into doing more of this wide field type of imaging was I saw beauty in doing landscape photography, combining it with knowledge of astronomy, knowing that this is M8 and M20, as opposed to just seeing this as, well, it's a part of the Milky Way. It's not only composing images, but it's composing knowing that this is Scorpius and that's Sagittarius, and actually including these constellations on purpose in images. And when an opportunity like this comes, where you've got two things you normally don't see at the same time, I like to take those pictures. So it's let's see, so
visionary.
Some of the ways that you can use clouds, especially if you're out there and you are they call it landscape astrophotography, or nightscapes, as I like to call it. As you can see here, folks are still, this is some time ago, this gentleman right here, it's one of these two gentlemen looking up. This was his house, and we'd always come over and observe. And I had just gotten started with a camera. Unfortunately, whichever one of these two men here is named John Coslin. He had passed away some time ago, either 2017 or 2018. And this was his big 24-inch mirror on his Dobsonian mounted telescope. And so observing, as long as there are sucker holes in the sky, you could still try and observe. And now let's fire through these. It was a star. Yeah, it was a Star Master.
I could tell by the bearings.
Yep. Even in the big city, you can still get some imaging done. There's stars in the sky. That was good enough for me, being by a huge town like San Francisco with the fog rolling in. This was one of those nights where the fog was not on the bridge, so I could do a pretty good shot with the stars in the sky and the fog. This is an image that attracts me because I like taking pictures at night. So it made it a bit of a unique image. Most of the Golden Gate Bridge images are done during the day, and that's if it's not covered with fog. So here, let's start firing through. When it's cold and it's wintry and it's cloudy, I still went out, and this image ended up being in a calendar at my job. So
it's beautiful.
Sometimes the best images are the ones that recreate what you see in the night sky, and this is an example of that. Sometimes you just have to shoot in the daytime and you may get an interesting image. Don't be afraid to point your camera at the sun, but do not do long exposures. Shut the aperture all the way down, fastest shutter time you can, and good luck. It's if you luck out, you end up with an image like this. If you leave it facing the sun too long when it's too high in the sky, your sensor will burn out. So here's an example. When the sun peeks through the clouds, you can get an image like this, depending on what you're shooting for. This is a rock. This is not someone's head, in case anyone was wondering. Taking practice images. You see these holes in the sky, and when the holes in the sky are full of stars, it gives you a suggestion that where you are gets pretty dark, and you can't wait to go back there to see it when there's no clouds. But you can practice your compositions, and there I am. Sometimes, and let's see if I can move this, if I can move that. Yeah, you get a lucky shot with the moon. Because of the clouds, it filters the moon, and you can take a single shot where you've got detail in the moon and you've got whatever your background or your, whatever the rest of is in the rest of the scene. When it's cold and when there's ice on the lake and there's haze in the sky, there's clouds, there may be ice crystals, and you may have light pillars. You may get a shot like this in a distant
seen light
town.
pillars, but not like that. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
So, yep, this was one of those where I thought I was done imaging about an hour before,
really cool.
and hopefully my internet connection holds up. An hour before I took this photo, I had taken the photo on the street and figured I was done. And then I came here, looked in the distance, and realized I'd caught light pillars. And this is one of my most unique images I've taken. And it was because I decided to continue on. Yep. And I believe the temperature was somewhere in the 20s.
Yeah.
So some nighttime imaging is not for the faint of heart. You bring your camera. They lasted most of the night. There were enough ice crystals in the air that I pretty much had most of the night. There were other lights near me, and they shot straight up in the sky too. Once the conditions are right, every man-made light turns into a light pillar.
I see.
And it's interesting to see, because those lights just shoot straight up into the sky.
That's amazing. That's like
it's
like
so
Orion's
if you shoot
calling
in less
the
than ideal
disciples.
conditions, you get Here, something like that. And you'll come up with a good name for that. This is moonrise and the beginning of nautical twilight. And this Milky Way, this part of the Milky Way has about 1 minute, and it's going to disappear into this. I've always liked shooting in situations that are a little different. You know, a lot of folks will think this is the sun. Well, I guarantee you, when the sun is rising, you see nothing. You barely even see the moon. So yeah, this is when the moon, you take the photo, you get kind of an effect as if all of these things are in the sky at the same time. But the Milky Way, the moon will begin to wash the Milky Way out and go before it comes up. So watching nature's clock go and capturing a moment in time when you see evidence of all three at the same time,
it's amazing.
Is, you know, there, despite all the clouds on the horizon, it doesn't outshine or wash away, you know, along with the sun coming up. It doesn't walk. So that lighthouse, see if this may or may not be the sharpest picture, because it may not. Aurora here, along with all this starlight that I mentioned earlier, and even shade of the Milky Way. We probably won't stay, but this is the advantage of coming back.
How did
on
you
a
stay
different
warm?
night? And yes, those are icicles. It's cold in March. You wear a big coat and you wear some gloves, and you get really, really excited just by being outside. I tend to run pretty warm when I'm imaging. It's something.
Could you see those with your naked eye?
That I've noticed about myself as I just kind of go through the. Yeah, barely though.
Wow.
You could barely see it. Clouds made this partial eclipse look more mysterious. Something's coming up, and you don't know what it is. There's your favorite shot, John. So we'll go through there. You've drawn that. Let's see how many more of these I get. It looks like I'm starting to lose some of my connectivity. Sometimes clouds create leading lines for those who like, imaging with elements of photography. The clouds might produce some of those elements for you. That's a meteor. It does look like, as it streaked, it was a Perseid that streaked by. That's a meteor for sure. And there's some clouds with storms again. Apologies for some of the quality of the images. I think it's just my internet. Very dark area. The shining of the Milky Way through these dark clouds can produce close to your eyes view of what you would see, with the Milky Way brought out a little bit more. And then the Cygnus region is much brighter in a dark area, and the clouds here sort of point for where Cygnus is as it sets with the sky glow. This is from a couple of years ago. And so because this is getting fuzzy, the moon is visible. But another, I believe this is an area in Canada where there's giant pink buildings or pink lights that are shooting into the sky, and this turned into a light pillar over your head. You could see Orion, and then Here's a closer up shot through haze, but if it were the clear version, you see the cat's paw and the lobster claw nebula all the way up here in the north. The rising of the Milky Way in March and April in the northern hemisphere is a good time to go after the entire Scorpion in mid-northern latitudes. You don't have much time, and it doesn't take long for the Milky Way to roll over. Here's another shot, but that whole region's blocked by clouds. I love imaging on the beach, and you'll see more of those. You've got Aurora, Milky Way. I think this is a plane this time. One of my challenges is, can I get Ursa Major and a Milky Way, part of the Milky Way?
Did we lose your connection? I think we might have. Let's see if he comes back.
It was so cold, I think he froze.
That's a good one.
Now I'm cold over here, just from the blue. It's chilly over here now.
Yeah. Well,
Adrian,
John, why don't we switch to you for a little bit here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, his work with those clouds, when you're out, it's like you gotta.
That was just that looked
He's
really.
diehard, man. He's like cool. He knows the ingredients.
Yeah,
it's amazing that he sees that, and I've been blessed too by seeing some great cloud, pictures just getting out, and I'm just so happy to be a part of this. There's so many different ways people are presenting, and I love the connection with the audience and that they're here. I mean, they make it really what this is. I mean, of course, there's great presenters, but to be able to share and have a captive audience, that's big for me.
What we do it for, right?
It drives me, to get my work done. It's every week I've got to commit and get some new work, and having that lull in the action was nice because I was able to, get some more work done. It's helpful trying to bring the A game, But anyway, poor Adrian, I was hoping he had more stuff to show.
Well, he can show it.
I'm coming through okay?
You're coming through just fine.
I'm gonna
I think he's signing back on here.
Okay, we don't want to.
Let's see if we. Hey, Adrian.
Hey, sorry I cut out. That's probably a good time to cut out anyway, because I realized I was moving pretty slowly through my images. But bottom line being, clouds should never stop you from coming up with something creative. Right. And that's the main reason I did, and maybe in a future presentation, I'll keep going through those slides and show some of the other connections that or the other
wanting more,
images that I've been able to come up with.
Wonderful.
Good point. And so
I'm glad you didn't freeze, Adrian. I was worried. It was so cold in that shot. I mean, I've been out when it's cold like that. It's tough to hang in there. It's a beautiful picture.
I've got colder.
You get that
I've got colder images.
Oh man.
But never be afraid to go out of cold.
Cameras like it too, right?
Go ahead.
No, I just say the camera prefers colder. It doesn't.
Yeah, cameras can run a little bit better in the cold. The Astro cameras.
The batteries, they don't run so good if it's
the Astro cameras are cooled, right? To 0. So if you're imaging in the cold, I had to switch a battery last time I was out. And it surprised me because I thought it could bring extra batteries, bring extra cards, and bring extra layers of clothing, anything you need to. You're sort of surviving if you're going to go out to a place like what I do here. This is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Now there were no clouds in the sky on this night, and so I had a full check at the rising Milky Way. If I get a chance to do it over again, I do it the way I've imaged at the Okie Tech Star Party. I try and pull more detail up. It's a beautiful sky just to look at and to get your binoculars out and observe cameras taking images.
Isn't that crazy?
I always.
I'm sorry, I was saying about binoculars. When you go to Bordeaux,
Yeah, seeing
you don't
the
need
sky
a telescope.
itself, as opposed to.
Ellie watching on YouTube says,
Well,
thought you
I
joined the
use
cast
M33
of
as sort of a
Frozen."
test. If I can see M33 in binoculars, I know I've got a decent sky.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if your camera doesn't work, at least you still have binoculars so that you can do visual work. You don't have to waste such a beautiful sky.
Yes.
And if there's clouds, then you have
You're
to
in
look
heaven.
through the keyholes in order to see what you can find. Well, every time I go out, that's why I go. And unfortunately, Bob, for you watching, I simplified my rig so much. It's just a camera with an intervalometer and a tripod and a tracker on top of that tripod. I can unpack it all in a backpack and go. Sometimes, though, I do use my Explorer Scientific mount if I want longer exposure in particular.
Well, your work
I
is
have used
absolutely
it
amazing.
for
Totally amazing.
landscape, for wide field. All right, well, we're taking up a lot of time. It's 11:03 on the East Coast, John, and I think it's time for you to
I gotta
share
do
some of
my
your
quick.
images.
Ellie Joe's up at 4 a.m. in London. You know, the English, they're tough, man. They're proud people, good people, passion. But anyway, so I want to make mine quicker.
Take it away.
I've got a lot of ground to cover, of course, but what I was going to do is always start out,
Thanks,
on
Adrian.
topic. Want to do this on topic,
Yep.
So I love how it's backwards. You start out, you put it in, and you just go backwards to move forward. But yeah, I was thinking last week, how exciting it is for me to do this and to have people actually looking at my work and being intrigued by the process. I wish people would make some requests while I'm doing the drawing stuff, because I could maybe do a request. If somebody would like to give me a shout out of some object, maybe I could sketch that up
Group here can,
and bring it for next time. We could present the sketch,
sure.
Because really you guys are the reason we get to do this. This is so great because we can do our hobby straight from home. So I'm excited about that. Okay, here we go. So of course the topic is impacts. Just imagine you're out in space, minding your own business, stuff. We're just hanging out safely. Then you need to start to worry because, there's a couple asteroids that are in question. Apophis, Greek for destroyer. It's a good name, because that's quite a big, it's bigger than
are
the
those all images of Apophis right there?
They are from, I believe, this year. So it has another close approach. And then 2029, And if it goes through that 600-mile wide keyhole,
Yeah.
there could be something to worry about. You know, I would say everybody should just come together and forget about war and making bigger bombs and stuff. And we need to focus on protecting the race and stop these things from, because, you know, look at the dinosaurs. So this is actually, I took that radar picture and I put it in my painting of Apophis, you know, cruising by Earth, which is not a good thing, because when it hits, boom, that's what happens on such a large scale. I mean, when you think about bombs, there's nothing that Mother Nature can throw that's so many times more deadly and just on a scale that's unimaginable. You know, and then everything's liquefied for quite some time. It's like a nuclear winter, I guess. And impacts are all over the moon. We have tons of them. Archimedes. You know, when you look at the LRO image of this, you see the boulder field. And these boulders are like, they're bigger than houses. They're like football field size boulders. And just the force on that impact, they were like pebbles, just scattered out like they were nothing. This is the Terminator. Again, we're so lucky we're beyond that impact stage, you know, the stage of accretion when the planets were forming. It was chaos, just absolute destruction. To be witnessing that, if you were here during that time, could you imagine? These are all some sketches I've done. This was called the Moon of Saint Valentine. You know, it was just cloudy. I went outside and I'm like, can you believe this? Adrian would love this one. It was like a real breakthrough shot for me. Love the moon. So, you know, even Bennu.
That is very good. And it's a full moon.
Thank you, Adrian. You have a keen eye, my friend. You know, this Bennu we to worry about too. In 2075, it potentially has a chance of impact, so they say, but hopefully not. This was from our other show, just cruising through. So now I'll get to some of my work. You know, I've been working on this eagle. It's just such an amazing thing to be able to see the pillars in your eyepiece. Using a filter, being up at 9,000 feet, having coastal marine layer clouds come in and hanging out with your buddy with a 32-inch, you get some good views. And this was like this summer, we got these views that I haven't seen of this caliber. That was warm and cool. I like to do a bit of each, you know, to try different feels with warm and cool. Just, it gives you a different effect. Just the smallest hint of color that you see. Some of it's attributed to the filter that you're using. Usually blows out the stars, but you know, use different filters and your clear eye view. The nebulosity really comes out when you use the filters. This was another version of my eagle. You know, I was proud of this because my scope is extremely sharp, and to get this kind of resolution from Earth of you know, the pillars, it just really very proud of this. Which, you know, if I start to do astrophotography, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with the big Dob, using the rotator and hopefully some plate solving maybe. But this was just a creation I did based on Mirko's image with his 32, and my 28 was so sharp that I put mine in the center. He didn't like that. He called me Frankenstein, said I destroyed his image, but I mean, I thought it was cool. I was just trying to create an amazing, isn't that amazing that we can see like this, create this from here, you know? I mean, it's just mind-blowing that we can do this with all the stuff everyone was talking about tonight, making it easy. I mean, it's not easy to do to get the real good results, but I think it's going to probably be getting a lot easier in the years to come. This is cool. This one, I really like that one. This was NGC 4244. You know, I've been a little on edge lately, Scott. So I've been looking at edge-ons to relieve the stress.
That might add to your stress, you know, being as edgy as it is. So
yeah, you know, as long as they're elongated, it's not as abrupt. But this is a very faint galaxy. It's a near Ursa Major. It's an extremely long edge-on. And in the bigger scope, I had a hint of a dustling, which means the seeing was really good.
you do have a challenge here, and that is to draw the jellyfish.
Oh,
IC443.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
I'll
The
see
gauntlet's
that.
thrown down, dude.
I hope I can even see that visually. If that, what magnitude is that one?
I have
Usually,
no idea.
I'm a little concerned. I don't know
Might
what
be a
happened.
faint
It
one.
dropped half of my presentation, but I'm coming right back. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Don't know how. Sometimes you get these, what do they call them? When you have unfortunate circumstances. This was another edge on. This was in Draco 5907.
Cool.
This is NGC 7814.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's in Pegasus. Super far, super faint. You see just really, that's about as good as you're going to see visually, maybe even a little less. I did adjust my levels. This is a cool one in Eridanus. It's below Orion, very low target. It's called Cleopatra's Eye. It's a planetary nebula, blown up star. I just kind of remastered it and posted it at Cloudy Nights. I try to post, you know, pictures because everybody is showing so much work. If you ever get a chance to go on sketching forums, you can see amazing drawings. This is a new version, Scott. My newest Orion.
Yes.
I've had years on this object. Such an amazing object to see in your telescope. You just, when you see it in the color, I mean, I dulled it down for, you know, to post in the forum because a lot of people don't see as much color. You do see pink and green in Orion.
Sure.
I could see color in my 28 in the dumbbell, the Trifid. This is just a little different version. Pretty cool, right?
Very cool.
That's the trapezium now. So this was really cool because, you know, we stayed up all night. Now it's starting to get light out and we start to panic. We're like, okay, what are we going to look at? All you can look at is globular clusters, open clusters.
Yeah. And
then you're going to have to go to lunar or planetary. But if you just so happen to have the Lumicon 03 Gen 3 filter, you can actually view Orion in the daytime, well, when it's twilight. And I think we did actually look at, it was NGC 7662, the blue snowball planetary nebula at 7:05 a.m. This was actually, you know, every time I do this party, I get like, when I'm done, I'm just so excited and I want to tell people, hey, I did this amazing, you know, star party tonight. And I was just like, it was late, so I couldn't really call. You know, I want to call you, Scott, but I know you're headed home and it's late. So I just went outside for a minute and looked up, and guess what I saw? This is what I saw. just an absolute beautiful moon with macro clouds. You know, those are like the old sea captains a long time ago would navigate with the sextant, and you know, the clouds were macro. They were like flocks of sheep, and they would see the most amazing, you know, vistas. This is actually what I was referring to in Adrian's, the color you see.
Yeah.
That amazing spectral hue of blue, and then the warmer colors.
Yes.
But you know, this is actually a unique picture. This was also that night. Guess what that is right there? Jupiter.
Oh, okay.
So I've got the moon and Jupiter together. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
It's not too often. Yeah, the clouds are amazing. I always see my little buddy in the clouds. Can you see him?
Yeah.
I always just do a little bit of some sketching to put him in there, because my little buddy's always with me. You know, now I'm shifting to things that when I take my dog out on a walk and I've had a rough day, or I'm not happy, or it just all melts away the second I go outside and I walk and I see these clouds and sun spectrum, that little spectral. I've been seeing rainbows all the time, and I didn't drink the rusty pipe water either. But I mean, the clouds, there's just so many amazing things you see in the clouds. Look at this cloud. It was like translucent, but it just amazes me that,
in it too.
you know, it's just an honor to be able to try to replicate. This was a cell phone snapshot. I didn't paint this, but I mean, man, of course it's Christmas. We've got to top our tree with Jupiter in the clouds. That's an Italian cypress that we have a lot of them here. Just the moment, you know, being in the moment, look up and you see this, you go, man, I want to share this with everybody. It's just so great. Then, you know, as usual, I love to do flowers because they're beautiful, and it connects you. It really shows you, you know, all these beautiful plants are reaching for the sun, for life. And they're so colorful and bright and cheerful. Just amazes me. And I see this stuff and I'm like in awe. So many people forget. You just have to take a little time out and just take a nice walk or look up and see this stuff, because it just makes you realize that, wow, we have one special gift, don't we? To see the color and the beautiful glory of the clouds and the plants, and just life is teeming on our planet. And this is one I did of my little buddy, my little boss. Can you see him? So again, the moon and the clouds, I'm sketching this, and then I see my little buddy staring at me going, are we going in yet? Just a little more, buddy.
I don't
Hang
see
in
it.
there. It's to the right. It looks like a flower kind of. And that's his head, the top of his head, and then his paw.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's my little Bosco.
I see.
I put him in a lot of my lunar works because he's always there with me. And, you know, I take him to the mountain with me now. Here he is in his element, his favorite, you know, dogs. I mean,
sure.
This is when we were strutting like John Travolta. We were out strutting in the town, you know, getting our exercise in together. There he is with the flowers. I mean, he loves flowers too. I don't think for the smell, but probably because other dogs love them. Yep. He's very, very important part of my life. Keeps me happy, and lets me know that I'm a special friend.
Oh yeah.
he has many looks too. You know, he looks different from all angles. And that is it.
All right.
I hope I didn't go over. I'm sure I did.
No, that's okay. It's okay. We're at the end, and it was a great global star party, and we had an international audience as well as we always do. But the
jellyfish.
yeah, you got the.
All right, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, you have to look that one up. So IC443.
Yeah, some of those are tough, you know, and which is why it's nice to do a little astrophotography or have a friend or get a night vision. You know, having all this stuff, I'm just going to share it with the public anyway, because that's my mission. So I'm going to be bringing some good views to the public coming up, and soon, hopefully, I'll finally get my stuff live on here and blow this thing away. I want to show you what I can do. My drawing's good, but you got to see some of these, you know. But there's amazing guys. I mean, I'm just doing video stuff, but it's a good tool. It's just another tool, you know. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit of everything, you know. I collect them just to have them close at all times, you know. Never know when you've got to reach out or do some outreach, you know. But I'm ready.
You are ready. So. You're ready. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks to our audience. We hope you enjoyed the 138th Global Star Party with the theme of impacts. I want to thank David Levy for co-hosting our program and for giving us insight of what it was like to know Eugene Shoemaker, you know. So it's we had a broad range of topics tonight, but somehow they all pulled it together to talk about the impact, and you know, so maybe you two out in the audience can think about how you think that impacts have shaped your world.
Please send it.
Yeah.
starcrusader@gmail.com. Sorry, Scott.
All right. So we're going to wrap this up. You guys have a great night. And thank you, Bob and John. And Dan, I see you're still back there in the background. So, yep.
Keep looking up for everybody. And it's out there. It's always amazing.
And thanks again, Scott. I really appreciated it.
Thanks so much, Bob. Thank you. All right. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you next Global Star Party.
Take care, everyone.
Come one, come all to the Southern Cross Astronomical Society's 2024 Winter Star Party, celebrating 40 years of stargazing, happening from February 5 through the 11th, 2024 on Scout Key in the beautiful Florida Keys. Get away from the cold and adjust your latitude underneath the pristine skies of southern Florida with breathtaking views of Eta Carina, the Jewel Box, the Southern Cross, Centaurus A, and of course, the magnificent Omega Centauri. Tickets will go on sale on or about October 1, 2023 at scaz.org. See you there.
Are your eclipse glasses safe for looking at the sun? Let's check to see if your eclipse glasses can handle the heat or if they need to stay inside. First off, never check your eclipse glasses with the sun. That's a good way to injure your eyes. Take your eclipse glasses and find a bright light, like a lamp or a flashlight. Hold your eclipse glasses up to the light and look through them. The light will appear extremely dim or not appear at all when looking through the glasses. For example, you should only be able to see the filament of a light bulb, but not the glow surrounding the bulb. Also, if your eclipse glasses have any marks or scratches on them, don't use them. If you have older eclipse glasses from a previous eclipse, give them the check to make sure they haven't been damaged or scratched. All safe eclipse glasses will meet the ISO 12312-2 standard. It's best to store eclipse glasses in a safe place where they won't become scratched or punctured. Remember, never look at the sun without eclipse glasses or a solar filter. Be safe and happy sun viewing, everyone.
Targus is on a mission to create smart, sustainable accessories to empower you to do more by using less. Sustainability shouldn't be a barrier to tech. It should be seamlessly integrated with how we work, play, and live. That's why we're on a journey to create a suite of tech accessories where smart design and sustainability are inextricably linked. We're doing more, designing smarter, dreaming bigger, and using less. Introducing the EcoSmart range of bags and accessories, a collection of products that not only puts the planet and people first by using a host of eco-friendly innovations and materials, but enables you to do more with your device while protecting and empowering your future. It's our planet, your future. Together with Targus, you've got this.